This event is organized by our own Government College and in association with R.C. Alumni Association and supported by InnoBiz and Explore Karnataka Foundation. Our institution, Government College, is the cornerstone where the holistic values are nurtured in order to prepare the students to encounter the competitive life.
Students are provided with an academic atmosphere conducive to prepare for life and work by focusing their attention upon specific areas of study. They learn to think critically, communicate and exercise certain professional skills with a care and excellence, all which is needed to compete effectively in today's job market. Today is an auspicious day for all the students who are pursuing education in Government College. The theme of the event is to encourage entrepreneurship among Government College students and also to create awareness about various government schemes and incentives available for startups.
I, Gopinath K.
I, Masiya Banu, will be a host for today's event, and we sincerely hope the ideas and views shared during the interaction will so exceed for a continuous, sustained and fruitful enlightenment. Let's start the program with Nada Gite, for which I would like to call Ashita and team.
जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वनगळ नाडे जय हे रस ऋषिगळ जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते भूदेविय मकुटದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನನವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇಗದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ನನ್ನ ಶರಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮ ನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ತೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನರುದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಸುಂದರ ನದಿ ವನಗಳ ನಾಡೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ರಸ ಋಷಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ
Dr. Ejaz Ahmed sir to please welcome the chief guest and the gathering. Sir, please.
The woods are lovely, dark and deep. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I sleep. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I am really privileged to have the pleasant task of welcoming the distinguished gathering for today's program. Sri Jawahar Gopal is the grandson of Sri Ram Narayan Chalaram, who founded our college by donating a prime land in the heart of Bangalore. Sri Jawahar Gopal is a BCom graduate from St. Joseph College, Bangalore. He chiseled his entrepreneurial skills from his young days and is presently the chairman of Federalite Group that was founded 52 years ago. He has provided employment to over 500 employees across the state. Under his leadership, the Federalite Group has extended its arm from furniture to real estate and has completed many projects in southern India. Mr. Jawahar Gopal is a great philanthropist. He has adopted 4 government schools which has over 2,000 students studying therein, and he is taking care of those students. He is a member of various forums, clubs, societies, and also he is a keen golfer. I, on behalf of all present here, heartily welcome you, sir. May I request our principal to present a flower bouquet and memento too. I should INSU. He has actively involved in leadership roles right from his college days. From the beginning, he is a student leader. Sir, on behalf of RC family, RC alumni, and all of us, I warmly welcome you to this program. To hand over flower bouquet and momentum to sir as a mark of respect and love. We have another university. He has acquired Masters in Commerce and PhD from Bangalore University. He has nearly 3 decades of teaching experience. He has assumed various academic responsibilities ranging from member of various academic bodies to the dean. He is awarded with Fellowship of Indian Commerce Association and Gold Medal for Best Paper in All India Commerce Conference 2015. He has produced 8 doctorates, guided over 200 projects, and currently supervising 9 PhD works. He has presented more than 60 research papers in national and international conferences, published 15 articles in reviewed journals. I request Professor Bulwer to the dignitary. Here, Sri S.R. Meheroz Khan, a think tank, a mentor, a guide, and a visionary. He is a commerce graduate and a diploma holder in hotel management and also a passionate politician. He started his political journey as a student leader and strongly believes in Nehruvian philosophy. He held several positions. He was member of Coordination Committee for Invest Karnataka Summit, active member of FICCI, Coorg Wildlife Society, co-founder of Roshni. Mr. Khan has founded Explore Karnataka to promote entrepreneurship and leadership skills, managing director of Advisors, which is into public policy consultancy, investments, Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, I would fail in my responsibilities if I do not make a specific mention that Mr. Khan and Sri R.V. Venkatesh are the chief architects of today's program, who are untiringly guiding, leading, and overseeing all the details into their smallest and minute areas of this program. They are the first persons to extend financial support for today's program. On behalf of principal, members of R.C. family and all present, I affectionately welcome Mr. Mehroz Khan sir. I request Madam Sachita Bopaya to hand over the flower bouquet. Orator and also a good administrator. He has assumed several responsibilities and held many positions. He was a civic and social forums. He has successfully completed 34 years of government service, a daring and dynamic leader. Sir, on behalf of all of us, I welcome you, sir. May I request flower bouquet and memento bouquet. A small correction. I was under the impression is to join Madam Sachita Bopaya and Dr. K.T. Subhash Chandra. I warmly welcome all principals and faculty members from participating colleges. I extend a cordial welcome to all my colleagues and members of media. It is heartening to note an impressive, we were expecting a good number of participants in today's event, and I was informed in the morning that there is a strike in Kolar and the surrounding areas, and most of the participants were to come from those areas. We had roughly estimated about 250 candidates. A few of them are held up in the road, probably they will be joining in the later part of sessions. I am sure that we will be benefited greatly by paying thoughtful attention to the inaugural addresses to be delivered by dignitaries in a few moments from now. Thank you, Odina. Thank you very much.
It was a fascinating introduction to each individual who are here as chief guests. And not only that, but when we hear that there's going to be food that is being sponsored from our beloved sir. So on that note, can we please hear a big round of applause for sir? And with this gesture, very few people have such qualities of delivery for the social cause, and indeed we are blessed to get his support throughout. On this note, we thank you all for patiently listening, and I hand over to Masi.
Now we request Dr. K.T. Subhash Chandra sir to give the prologue, a brief introduction of the program.
Honorable President and our beloved Principal, distinguished Chief Guest Sri Jawahar Gopal sir, today's program keynote speaker Professor Rajiv Gowda sir, our Chief Guest Sri Javed Akhtar, Dr. Muniraj sir, Professor K.P. Raghutam sir, Sri R.V. Venkatesh sir, and Sri S.R. Mehroz Khan sir, and all the PG coordinators and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, media representatives, student participants from various colleges, and my beloved students of our college. First of all, I congratulate all of you because you have attended a unique event. In this event, you are going to learn many aspects of entrepreneurship and also the every field of business. The experts in the two sessions are going to give you a lot of input. Once again, I personally welcome all of you to this unique program. This seminar is organized to enlighten PG students of Government College and opportunities available in various sectors and to encourage towards entrepreneurship and developing the spirit of startup culture. Keeping in mind, even MBA, MCOM, MFA and other PG courses students also are forced to take up the job, lower level jobs, and forced to take up the job with a minimum salary, that too varying 7,500 to 15,000 per month. Initially, we thought of organizing an event for the PG students on the topic entrepreneurship and also on the entrepreneurship. It is not only an entrepreneurship which makes you success in your life, even entrepreneurship after getting the job, if you do your job in business proposal to be presented in front of the judges from various institutions and from the various sectors like FKCCI, SIDBI, KSSIDC, KSFC, banks and financial institutions, and the best 3 projects would be selected for giving, and by the active support of our patrons, dynamic leaders, Shri S.R. Mehroz Khan, member of the Chief Minister Vision LC and Chief Whip, and also the present President of Government R.C. College of Commerce and Management Alumni Association. Our idea took the new turn of the shape and it was decided to organize in 2 stages. The first stage, that is today, a seminar on the entrepreneurship to give insight into the present Indian economic situation, government schemes and incentives for the startups, women entrepreneurship, government regulation and taxation, and speeches from entrepreneurs of successful startups. To ignite, in the month of August, a mega event in which students can present their new business proposals for approval to become. Congratulate the originator of the banner, uddyotaka, a seminar on the entrepreneurship. You need to know the meaning of the uddyotaka. Means enlightenment, combination of 3 words. If they are given a support, financial support for getting the job or to become the self-employed. In today's seminar, after the inaugural session, there will be 2 more sessions. My special thanks to the PG coordinators and student volunteers who took all the stress and strain in planning, organizing and executing this program. I wish best of luck to all the participants from the various colleges and also to our college students, and I wish all of you to enjoy the memorable events of this particular program. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Karnataka and Innovis Foundation for coming forward and giving us such a platform. Can we please hear a big round of applause for Mehroz Khan sir? Round of applause again, yeah? Whoa, there we go. That's the energy. Alright, so on that note, I would request Khan sir to please invite our chief guest, Gautam sir, as well as Yusuf sir. So over to you, Khan sir.
Thank you, Gopika. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another dignitary on the dais, Professor K.P. Raghuvattam. He is Additional Director of Collegiate Education. He is a Commerce postgraduate and has acquired doctorate in Commerce. He has over 3 decades of teaching and research experience. He started his career from Madikeri Government College as a lecturer, R.C. family, and all of us. I welcome him to kindly hand over flower bouquet and memento.
To that note, we shall have our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony by our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Jawahar Gopal sir, and all the chief guests.
extremely glad. On this occasion, I request Sri Jawahar Sir to please declare this seminar as open.
And welcome to all of you to this historic event. I must say it's a very unique event, and I must congratulate the organizers and the sponsors for having given you all an opportunity to hear not only Professor Gaura but a huge list of eminent speakers followed after this session. And I hope it benefits you in the careers that you choose. It's not an easy path today. There is a huge amount of competition. You have to be very, very clear on what you want to do. You have to have clear thought. And I have just 2-3 words to guide you. Before that, I must apologize. I did not say welcome to the dignitaries on the dais or even address them. Thank you, sir, for being here, and wish you all the best. To the students, as you go along in life, you will realize there is just one mantra that you have to keep repeating, and that is hard work, hard work, hard work. It's an old mantra to which I want to add that you have to learn to work smart. You have to understand the needs of what you are achieving or want to achieve, or the needs of the people that you want to serve, as well as how you can best accomplish them. There is no doubt this has to be achieved through hard work. But in addition, you have to learn to accept failure. Failure is part and parcel of success. You have to learn to fail, learn from that failure, change yourself, move forward, and then succeed. If you don't accept failure as part of your regimen, I'm sure you're going to be disappointed. And what you need to understand is learn from failure. There's a very simple chain. Fail, learn, change, move ahead, succeed. I must explain to you, I have failed many times in my career and in my chosen profession. I am now reasonably successful, thanks to the grace of God. But failure was part of everybody's life, including mine. So don't look at anybody saying, oh, he's been wildly successful. It takes years and years of hard work to succeed. And like they say, an overnight success is a minimum of 10 years. One small hint I must add, you must take ownership of what you do. You cannot expect the owner to do everything. You are the owner. If you are given a job, you are the owner of that job. If you are given a task, you are the owner of that task. The owner is not the one who owns the enterprise. The owner is the one who takes ownership of the task and produces the results that are required. So remember, ownership of the task you choose is very, very important, and understand that you are going to be judged on your results, not your efforts. Your efforts can be below the radar, but your results will show up very, very clearly. So remember, results count, efforts not so much. If you don't put them in and you still get the result, all the best. 2 things I want to mention here. In the introduction by sir to me, of me rather, I must tell you that whatever we are doing for the R.C. College or the institution is not being done by me personally. It is my family who is behind me, and it is all the activities that my family does that is giving the support to the college in this should I say, situation, in the fact that we would wish to sponsor midday meals to the deserving children who are coming from out of Bangalore. It is all the grace of God through which we do this. And it is a good fortune to be associated even now with this great institution. I must mention here that Professor Nadavadali, principal of your college, is retiring tomorrow, and intended or not, this is a wonderful farewell gift to him. So a round of applause for Professor for his 3.5 years of unstinted leadership of R.C. College of Commerce, as well as his 36 years of service to education. Thank you very much, sir. All the best.
Very motivating for us. As sir rightly said, hard work, hard work, hard work. My dear friends, I think today's generation is more looking towards the smart work plus your hard work. So we all have to get adopted to hard as well as smart work. So a big round of applause for Jawahar sir for giving us the insight and the motivation also. Now on this note, On this note, I request Sri R.V. Venkatesh sir, who is the ex-MLC and Chief Whip President, has also been a huge support for us for organizing this event. So we really deserve a big round of applause for R.V. sir. R.V. sir, thank you.
Commerce and Management, Post Graduation ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿರುವ ಇಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಉದ್ಯೋತಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರು ಆದ ಶ್ರೀ ನಂದವಾಡಗಿರವರೇ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ದಾನಿಗಳು ಆದ ರಾಮನಾರಾಯಣ್ ಚಲಾರಾಮ್ ಅವರ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸನ್ ಆದಂತಹ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಜವಾಹರ್ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರೇ, ಸಂಸತ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರು, ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರು ಆದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಜೀವ್ ಗೌಡ್ರೆ, ಜಂಟಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಕಲ್ಜೇಟ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೆ.ಬಿ. ರಘುತ್ತಮ್ರವರೇ, ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಉಪಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ಆದ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರು ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮುನ್ರಾಜರವರೇ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಆಯೋಜಕರು, ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಎಲ್ಲ R.C ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಷನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಇನ್ನಿತರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು R.C ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸಮೂಹದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು, ಇವತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ 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 ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ ಮನುಷ್ಯರ ಒಂದು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಸನಾತನ ಕಾಲದಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಉನ್ನತ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅಂತ ಸನಾತನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರಿದ್ದರು. ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳಿವೆ. ಅದು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಗಣಿತ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇನ್ನಿತರ ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಆರ್ಯಭಟ್ಟ, ಭಾಸ್ಕರ ಭಟ್ಟ ಕಾಲದಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳಿವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೂ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೂ ಅಜಗಜಾಂತರವಾದ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸಗಳಿದೆ. ಅವತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸೀಮಿತವಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಕೆಲವು ವರ್ಗಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣನೂ ಕೂಡ ಇತ್ತು. ಬರೀ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೇರೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಗಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅದು ಕುಲಕಸಬುಗಳಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ನಿತರ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಸಬು ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮತ್ತು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ, ಅವರ ವೃತ್ತಿ, ಈ ಥರ ವಿಭಾಜನೆಗಳಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೀಮಿತವಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಆದರೆ ಕಾಲಕ್ರಮೇಣ ಇವತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಪಾಟಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಗಳಿಗೂ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೂ, ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವೃತ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಕಳೆದ 2-3 ದಶಕಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಮಾರ್ಪಾಟು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯರು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ. ಮುಂಚೆ ಸ್ಥಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ ಇರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲೋ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲೋ. ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ ಎದುರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲೇ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ರೀತಿಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಒಂದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೇನು ಕಳೆದ 1 ದಶಕದ 2 ದಶಕದ ಹಿಂದೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾರ್ಪಾಟುಗಳು ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಸರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತು ಪೋಷಕರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತು ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ವಿಶ್ವ ಮಟ್ಟದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಖಾಸಗೀಕರಣ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದು ಮಗು ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತಾರೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈಟೇಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲೇ ಓದಂಥವ್ರು ಬೆಳೆದಂಥವ್ರು ಅನೇಕ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗಿಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ, ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಬೇಕು. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವಿಟಿ, ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ, ಡೆಡಿಕೇಶನ್, ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ತರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೂನಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಲೈನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬೆಳೆದಿದೆ. ಮುಂಬರುವ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸ್ಥಾನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜೇ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂದಿನಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಂದಲೇ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಅನೇಕ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಉದ್ಯೋತಕ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಜೊತೆಲಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅನೇಕರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಬಾರದು, ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಚೈನ್ ಇವೆಂಟ್. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಯಾರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಅವರು ತಗೊಂಡು ನಡೆಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತೆ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಇದರಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದುವರೆದ ಭಾಗವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಋಣದ ಮೇಲೇನಿದೆ ಸದಾಕಾಲ ಜೊತೆಲಿದ್ದು ತೀರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ ಬಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ಗಿಂತ ನಾವೇನೋ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಮನೋಭಾವನೆ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ತಮ್ಮ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ತಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಕೆಚ್ಚಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಫೈರ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಆಂಬಿಷಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಆಂಬಿಷಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್, ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣದಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಈಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರವು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲೈಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನ ನಿಮಗೆ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಈ ಉದ್ಯೋತಕ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಲಿ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಯೋಜಕರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
For being a great support for us in conducting all the events. Now I request Professor Raghottam Sir, Joint Director, Department of Collegiate Education, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
My colleagues, my dear students. Actually, I was just a part of the R.C. family because in 1980s, when I was appointed by JPSC, the first posting was R.C. College. But unfortunately, it was shifted to Mankeri, then I had to report to Mankeri College. R.C. College, you know very well, a popular commerce college in Bangalore City, one of the prestigious college. What I heard, and also visited the college more than 3 times or 4 times, and also some problem with the PG students. But this is a seminar organized by the college, very important event, student centered, and we are interested in such programs. Our department will support the students who want to become entrepreneurs. All the commerce students know very well who is an entrepreneur and who is a successful entrepreneur. We all dream of becoming a successful entrepreneur, but from our side, effort is very less. Hard work, you said about the hard work. I am seeing the students nowadays, they are taking the life very easy. They are not focused. I went to many colleges and asked the students, final year students, what you want to become after final year? What is your target? What is your goal after final become? So most of the students will tell they go for organization. But according to me, it's only deferring your employment opportunities or deciding about future life for another 2 years. After 2 years only you have to decide. Again 2 years will come, again you have to decide what you want to become towards that goal. You have to set the goal. Yes, employment is open to you. Both self-employment as an employee, or we must make able to become the entrepreneurs, the future entrepreneurs of ours, more on that. And the individual students should concentrate more on the 2 sessions, what they is going, 2 sessions will be there, mainly on the entrepreneurship. And we are seeing the qualities to become entrepreneurs. So this seminar conducted by R.C. family, we welcome from the department, and all of you know very well, if you want to become an entrepreneur, the department is also coming forward to help you. Those who are studying in final year, or the that all of you become entrepreneurs. So what is the importance of self-employment to a country? How much its GDP stream is in demand now? The commerce stream is in demand because of the teachers, or because of the syllabus, or because of the employment. In demand in the employment market. So all of your commerce students, don't think that you will get employment immediately after the completion of BCom or MCom. Our effort should be there, a focused effort should be there, and all of you should have at least 25 to 30% of the students out here should become a successful entrepreneurs in the coming years. So I also thank the principal of this college and also its staff members welcoming and inviting me to this program, very fine program. From the department, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
We have with us a personality amongst us, Mr. Ashraful Corporation. We would like to have you on stage, please, sir. Please join us on the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sachita ma'am, for welcoming our guest speakers. We now request our keynote speaker, Dr. Rajiv Gowda, eminent educationist, to give us keynote address.
It's a great pleasure to be here this morning with you and to be part of such an innovative entrepreneurship development program with uddyotaka. I congratulate the organizing team for putting this together and giving hundreds of students a chance to explore the world of entrepreneurship. Sri Jawahar Gopal, grandson of Ramnarayan Chalaram and an outstanding philanthropist and entrepreneur. Professor Ragotham, Additional Director, Department of Collegiate Education. Dr. Muniraju, Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University. My close friend and senior Alumni Association President, Sri R.V. Venkatesh, former MLC and Chief Whip. Professor Nandavadi, Principal of the R.C. College, who is celebrating his last day in service today. My close friend Mehroz Khan, who is a part of the Chief Minister's Vision Group. Professor Subhash Chandra, Professor Ejaz Ahmad Khan, Professor Sachita Bopaya, and our speakers for the next session, Srimati Salma Fahim and Sri Ashraful Hassan, my faculty colleagues and young students. As I said, it's just a really, really nice time to be here and to be discussing this whole concept of entrepreneurship with you. I thank you for inviting me. Let me start with a quiz question for you. If you were to give an award for India's most successful entrepreneur over the last 1 year, who would you select? Ambani with Reliance Jio. Okay, I have one answer there. I may give it to somebody else. Any other ideas? Paytm, Vijay Shekhar Sharma, who's now setting up a payments bank and also revolutionized the whole payments domain. Good. One more candidate. Any others? Baba Ramdev and Acharya Balakrishna of Patanjali. Right? See, we're all laughing, but the basic point is they are laughing all the way to the bank. There's a phrase, meaning they have become the most successful startup in some ways in the last year. And they're the most unlikely entrepreneurs. Normally when we think of entrepreneurs, when we see all of you dressed in coats and ties, we think of entrepreneurs as being somehow more westernized, right? But here are people who are teaching yoga on TV, who are focusing on Ayurveda and traditional healing, and they've been able to come up with products and ideas which have given the best run companies in India, FMCG companies, Hindustan Lever, Procter & Gamble, it's giving them ITC, it's giving them a run for their money, right? And they've been able to do this by focusing on a gap in the market. I wouldn't say there was really a gap in the market because there are other companies that have focused on Ayurvedic products. There is, any suggestions? Davar is there is Vaidinath, there used to be, or still is, Vico Vajradam, we all grew up listening to this song. There are many other such products. Himalaya out of Bangalore, also talks about a little bit more of Ayurvedic and traditional herbs and things like that. But they were able to find a positioning. They were able to have take advantage of Baba Ramdev's visibility on TV, and of course they were able to cut costs so well that they're able to outcompete in some ways these traditional powerhouses of marketing in multinationals, right? So there are lots of lessons from that, but the lesson that we should draw is inspiration. That if they can do it, we certainly can. Every one of us here who is keen to explore this whole dimension of entrepreneurship. But let me give you one other aspect to this whole story. Baba Ramdev and Patanjali did not show up yesterday or last year. They became extraordinarily successful last year. They've been around for, yes, how long? 20 years. Okay. They've been around for quite a while. So one of the things when we think about entrepreneurship, we think about startups, and we think about all the excitement that the newspapers and magazines and television gives us about startups, that you start today and day after tomorrow you're a mega millionaire. Well, that may happen to a few, but basically for most others it is a long slog, and that really is something that we must bear in mind. It is a question of paying attention to building the company, adding value, creating solutions to people's pains, to people's needs, and sustaining that effort over the years until things turn around and give you an opportunity. Anyway, if all of you are here to explore entrepreneurship, you are in the right place, in the right country, in the right city, at the right time. And why do I say that? You just think about India as an economy. Over the last 10-15 years, India has been growing tremendously in terms of economic growth. Even over the last 10 years of the UPA government, we had an average of about 7.6 growth, and that's we're talking about the GDP growth, right? Every year, the economy grows by so much, and it's the same, more or less the same rate of growth has been experienced in the last 2-3 years under the NDA government. And what this basically means is that there is a lot of opportunity within this country, that there are more people with more wealth, more willingness to spend, and what we have created here is essentially a middle class, purchasing class in some ways, which is as large a market as that of Europe, as that of the United States. So within India itself, regardless of what happens to the rest of the world, or whatever happens to the global economy, whether Mr. Trump shuts the door, whether Brexit and Britain shuts the door, whatever happens elsewhere, there is a huge Indian internal economy which has tremendous opportunities for all of us. And along with that, technology has been improving. So today, everyone has a mobile phone in their hands. Many of these are smartphones, and there are e-commerce platforms that allow you to reach out and allow you to provide, if you're coming up with a new product or something like that, you can put it out on the web, you can put it out on Amazon or Flipkart, and you can find people from anywhere in the country who can access that product and purchase it from you. So these things were not possible maybe 10 years ago, but today it is very much possible. People are getting used to the idea of using cards and less cash and going ahead and purchasing products online, etc. Earlier we used to talk about a digital divide, saying only some people have access to the internet and most people don't. Well, that is essentially history now, with a billion billion mobile phone connections out there. And Bangalore, when I say you're in the right city, Bangalore is a city that is filled with entrepreneurial energy. You have a large number of people coming in from other parts of the country because there's a lot of startup activity here. And so people come here because they know that there are others like them who are excited about doing something new, doing something innovative, etc. So you can find talent, you can find others to join you as you go along. Now some of you must be saying, look, a lot of the stories that we read are about technology entrepreneurs. Basically people who are coming up with some new app, some new product and things like that. What about those of us who are commerce students or MBAs? Well, MBAs and commerce students are the backbone of any college. Every company needs the kind of talent, the kind of training that each and every you have got in college. And so you really have to think about how can we take this knowledge and strengthen our own capabilities? How can we become useful to the people who we want to join? Entrepreneurially, people who want to hire us, who are founders of companies. How do we become entrepreneurs ourselves? That should really be the thought that animates you, that inspires you. And earlier, I think Professor Subhash Chandra was talking about employability, the problem of employability, that a lot of what people has a huge campus in Mysore to train engineers for months before they can put them to work. What happened to the college then? Didn't it do the job, right? So basically, the college and the curriculum is doing a certain job, but there's much more that we need to do, and for that, you don't have to look for others to tell you what to do. You should be motivated, you should take that initiative and say, this is the kind of training, this is the kind of work that I want to do, this is what I'm good at, and let me add strength to my talents. It could be in accounting, it could be in marketing, it could be in finance, who knows? These are various dimensions. Melrose, I think, knows. This is my barber, actually. And he was a hairdresser, and over time, he was so good at his job that he was able to found his own larger salon called Touch of Class, which is very close by. And many of us like to go there, not only because we get good service, and he's employed a large number of people to do a variety of things, but also because there's, for politicians, it's a place where many politicians come. So it gives us a chance to catch up with many others from other parties, pick up some gossip, interact, etc. But the basic thing is, at his level, he was able to go beyond just being a barber to creating a shop. And if he was probably younger, he might have been able to create a whole chain of such shops. That is also an entrepreneur. But another Narayan is a gentleman who went to a government college in Mysore. Okay, we were talking about government colleges and National Institute of Engineering, and then built one very, very large global enterprise. Which Narayan am I talking about? Narayan Murthy, right? That's, of course, a story that we've all heard of. And in both cases, just think about the fact that what makes them successful. Again, Narayan Murthy and his company took 20 odd years, 20, 30 years to become such a huge company. Again, it's not an overnight success, it takes a lot of effort. But both of them essentially spotted an opportunity and decided to put in that effort to try and fulfill customers' needs. In Narayan's case, as all of us here who want to get a haircut in Bangalore, In Narayan Murthy's case, he saw that there were an opportunity to provide software services to people in another part of the world when technology itself did not make it easy to communicate, to work out software code and send it across the world. So these sorts of ideas are all there. And you might wonder, do we have to come up with something new? Do we have to be innovative? Ideally, yes. But in many, many cases, what I'm seeing around us is there's a concept called, you pick up an idea which has worked somewhere else and see if you can execute it here. And whether you can be the first mover, whether you can do a good job. Youngsters in Bangalore who created a company called Alma Mater. Has anyone heard of this? Okay, so what they do, see in the West there is this whole business of college shirts, t-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, etc., which are tailored for the college. Not so much tailored, but this is what people like to wear in casual wear. Well, that's all this company does. It provides t-shirts which say R.C. College, things like that. There's a huge market. Every college student wants to be able to wear something that gives them the pride of belonging, to be able to tell people this is the college that I'm part of, right? And so that's not a new idea, but they were able to pick it up here and build on it and make a huge difference. So what are the characteristics of an entrepreneur? If you want to be one, how would you go about it? What do you need to think about to be one in some ways? Well, the first thing you need is courage. And I say this because entrepreneurship is a risky profession. Many of us who are politicians here also are entrepreneurs in our own way. We have taken lots of risks. Sometimes we've succeeded, sometimes we haven't. Okay, and it takes a long time. And a whole bunch of characteristics are required. But let me tell you what those are. So first is courage to take on these risks. And why is that courage needed? Because most of us have been conditioned to look for a job. We've been brought up that way. Maybe our family backgrounds are such that we don't have the freedom to say we will go out and do something which is not steady, which is not, which is not the standard avenue for economic progress. So we have to think about, will our family support us? If we are going to go out and do something, whether we're going to start something on our own or whether we're going to join somebody else, is it okay to take this risk, right? And for that, not only requires you to have that courage, but it requires the people around you, your family, your support system, to also step forward and say, we will back you. Go ahead, take a chance. And in many cases, when you think about the timing for entrepreneurship, there are really two stages in life when you can really try it. One is when you're young. You don't have any responsibilities. This is the time to take chances, to explore new worlds, new opportunities. And even if you fail, as our Jawahar Gopal mentioned, failure is not something to look down upon. Failure is basically experience, all right? And, I'm now a member of parliament after many, many years of effort and international training, but the number of times I was denied a ticket. And even for that matter, in March 2014, I contested something called a primary election in Bangalore North and lost. 3 months later, the party selected me, the Congress party gave me the opportunity to go to the Rajya Sabha, and now I run research for the party nationally. So basically, you have to keep persevering. You have to have that drive to say, whatever failure occurs, we'll pick ourselves up and say, on to the next challenge. I've learned something from that experience. And that is actually the attitude that you find in Silicon Valley and places like that. It's, here we tend to look at failure in a little bit of a negative way. We say, oh, that person's failed, don't talk to him or her or something like that. That's hardly the attitude. We need to say, you've got to take a chance, take a risk, and then see where things take us. But along with that, you probably need a good team. Either you as the founder or as part of a founding team. And that is actually one of the most crucial things that you can work towards when you are young itself, and you can find many, many people who are willing to join you. Companies like InMobi, etc., were founded by, which are very successful, founded by college classmates who got an idea and said, let's take a chance, and built up over time. there's a risk in entrepreneurship at a young age. For a lot of men, people ask, which company does he work for? And if you say he is working in a startup, they will say, oh, he's not working for an MNC. Then their value in the marriage market can become a little tricky. But that is okay. I think you should be willing to take that chance. People will find you and marry you when the time comes. Anyway, the basic point is, another time is when you're much, much older, when everything's settled. That's also the time to plunge in and take on a chance. But you're all young. There's nothing that should hold you back from going out there and doing something. So if you want to do something, what are the characteristics? What do you need to demonstrate? What do you need to have? The very first thing is passion, right? You need to be really excited about whatever you do, right? So if somebody is making t-shirts for colleges, then that person should be out there hanging around with students, going to different colleges, different festivals. They should be out here at the gate offering, t-shirts to sell to people who attend this event. They should be talking to organizers saying, can we make a souvenir t-shirt for the event? That's the sort of thing. You've got to be alert and alive to possibilities all the time, because you know that what you're producing is something that is exciting for people on the other side. And then, as I said, the road is never very easy. So you need to have faith that you've chosen the right path and that you're going to go ahead and pursue this, come what may. And along with the hard work, you need focus and commitment. You need to be able to say, there are 100 other things that are out there, but this is the path I've chosen, and I'm going to put in that effort and put in even more effort than anybody else. Entrepreneurship is not easy. You have to slog. There is no swalpa, just muddy kind of attitude that we can bring. Nobody else will care. If your product is not good enough, they'll find somebody else. Then, of course, you need to be resilient. I've already mentioned that. You need to be able to deal with difficulties and failures. You need to be ethical, meaning, you need to have a sense of values. Just because you're in business doesn't mean you can do anything and get away with it. If people know that they can count on you and trust you, your reputation improves, your brand value improves, and people will say, this is someone you can trust, they have the best practices, and they have good values, and that will make a huge difference to you going forward. You will not have to worry about the tax authorities, you will not have to worry about angry customers. And of course, you need networks. And when you come to meetings like this, when R.C. College alumni organize other events that bring outstanding people from government, from entrepreneurship and other fields to you, you should find ways to talk to them and get to know them and ask them whether they're willing to mentor you, whether they're willing to give you some time and guidance as they go forward. And that's something that will come from your own willingness to stand out, to come forward, take that initiative and say, will you spare us some time to give us some guidance? So, how do you get started? Where do you go? What to do? One of the things I would suggest is see if the college and the Alumni Association can work out some kind of an internship program so that everyone gets a chance to participate in various kinds of actual flourishing organizations. This could be with startups, this could be with other companies, because then you understand what does it take to run a business. But I just mentioned startups. Bangalore is filled with events and activities for the startup world. There is something called Startup Saturday that's held across the city. These are events where startup speakers come and talk about their experiences, and people come and meet other founders and become part of teams and things like that. So that's there. There's something called the Head Start Network. There are some other big festivals that take place in the city. If you just go online and look at the startup world, you'll find a lot of stories that are out there. The government of Karnataka is very encouraging of startups. I think the next speakers will talk about that. NASSCOM is doing quite a bit in Bangalore, mostly for the technology world, but they also have some startup hub and things like that. We have the Government of India has launched startup programs. There are incubators for people who have good ideas and want to grow them. For women entrepreneurs, my old institution, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, has a women entrepreneurship program as well. So there's a lot of them. And today, in the days of the internet, there is no knowledge that you cannot access. And there is no person that you cannot access if you really try hard. So let's think about what else you probably need. You probably need funding. And on that front again, there is a whole ecosystem that has developed. When we were in college, the only opportunities would have been, SIDBI or KSFC or loans from banks. Today, there are a whole bunch of other companies in this ecosystem which are willing to take a chance on it. First, there is family and friends who must have the confidence to invest in you. The next stage are something called angel investors who come in at a very early stage, and for a small share of your company, they will offer a certain amount of resources to help you grow. And of course, then there are venture capitalists, and then there are people who acquire companies and things like that. This whole model of growing, scaling, and sharing the wealth with others is something that has been tried out very well in the West, and it's something that's catching on in India as well. The whole idea is that there's no reason to hold all the shares yourself, there's no problem with sharing and with exiting at some particular point. But what techniques and what talents you require at the startup stage may be very different from what it takes to grow a company. The kind of HR management skills you need, the kind of leadership skills you need, etc. And so you may have to bring in many other people as you go along. You may have to shift from the excitement and lack of structure that the startup environment has to the systems and processes that characterize strong, growing, large companies. There's another field I must mention to you before I wind down, and that is something called social entrepreneurship. Normally when we think about entrepreneurship, we think about creating some product or some app or some service or some technology which allows us to make a lot of money. But there's so many others out there who are interested in making a difference to society. Not just a difference, also making some money along the way. May not be at the same scale, the same level as others. So there was a senior of mine from the Wharton alumni group called Samit Ghosh. He's from Bangalore. And when he was retiring as head of Bank of Muscat, he started a new company called Ujjivan, which was in the microfinance space, where literally he was going to the poorest of the poor in the city and giving them an opportunity to take loans and to build up a new company. In a few years, it has now become a small finance bank called Ujjivan. And so that's an example of an entrepreneur who has started probably in his 50s or 60s and has built up a whole other enterprise which is regarded as one of the best places to work, which is having a huge impact on a section of the population that we normally don't pay enough attention to. And there are others. There is a Magsaysay Award winner called Harish Thande in Bangalore again, who runs a solar energy company. And their aim is to take solar energy, which is becoming cheaper and cheaper, to rural Karnataka, to rural India, and to help people who don't have access to electricity to get electricity through this particular technology. So there are lots and lots of such opportunities out there. So what you need to think about is, and actually there's one more person I should mention when we think of social entrepreneurship. There's a friend of mine from an American who is settled in Bangalore called Eric Savage. He runs a company called Unitas Capital. So he raises funds for social enterprises. He has raised more than $1 billion to invest in these socially conscious firms to help them grow. So this is the kind of very, very rich and diverse environment that exists out there, filled with opportunities. And that's something that you should follow up with. I would urge the college. I mentioned that the Alumni Association can identify alumni who you can intern with, but also if you don't already have one, either at R.C. College or at the colleges from other places who have come here, create entrepreneurship clubs, invite speakers, get people who can tell you their experiences, have your own discussions on something or the other. Do a case study on Patanjali. What happened? How did you pull it off? Things like that. And this way, you can slowly put your first toes into this whole domain and get more and more understanding and expertise before taking the plunge yourself. Anyway, these are then, you can go on field visits, you can do internships, but you can go ahead and pursue your entrepreneurial dreams. Well, Professor Ajaz Ahmad Khan started with a poem. I don't know how many of you recognized it. Have you heard that poem before? The Woods Are Lovely, Dark and Deep? I don't know. Yeah, that's Robert Frost, one of Jawaharlal Nehru's famous favorite poems. He said, "The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep." I want to end with another Robert Frost poem. He said, "Two roads diverged in a lonely wood. I took the road less traveled by, and that has made all the difference." Entrepreneurship, for those of us who are from traditional backgrounds, who are from non-entrepreneurial backgrounds, etc., entrepreneurship is a road less traveled by, but it can make all the difference. So I urge you to own and improve your entrepreneurial ideas, take them forward, have that courage, plunge in, be resilient, deal with the ups and downs, and you will emerge happy and successful at the other end. I wish you all the very best.
I think the insight that you've shared is going to literally help us at every stage of our life. Because as rightly said, this is the right platform for right people at the right time. Not only that, it recalls a quote for me. It says, if you don't build your dream, someone will help you to build their dreams. So ideally, if we don't have our own dreams, probably we might be ending working for others. So guys, here's the right opportunity and right platform for us. On this note, can we please hear a big round of applause for Sir Rajiv Gowda sir for delivering such a wonderful and insight for us. Professor Gautam sir has to leave the event. So can we please hear a big round of applause for Gautam sir. Thank you so much sir for being here and sharing your
CM's vision group to address the gathering.
But I make people to speak and I make people to hear speakers. That is what my job is. That is what I am doing from a couple of years by organizing these kind of seminars. Respected principal of this prestigious college, a polished politician and a progressive politician and renowned academician, Professor Rajiv Gowda, my friend, former MLC R.B. Vintage, the Managing Director of KBITS, Srimati Salma Fahim, the Vice Chancellor in charge of Bangalore University, Dr. Mudiraju, the Director of Karnataka Skill and Development Corporation, Ashraful Hasan sir, the very important person, a very, very important person for this particular college, Jawahar Gopal, and all the dignitaries on the dais, faculty, members, and my dear student friends. I go normally, I quote this. Swami Vivekananda said, aim high, low aim is a crime. So my friends from this college, a group of boys, they're not on the dais, the main people who are backbone of this entire event. From past 15 days, they are giving their day and night to make this event such a successful. They came to me and my friend Mr. R.B. Vintage that they wanted to do one small event in the college premises with an auditorium of 100 people sitting there in R.C. College. Then I just told them, why don't you think a little bigger? Think big. I simply said, think big. Then they replied me, sir, what is that exactly you are looking for, sir? I simply said, I want this event to be huge out of the college, getting all the students from Bangalore University PG colleges. That's it. So very next day, they came out with a detailed project for this particular event, shortlisting a couple of venues and speakers and chief guests. They themselves said, sir, we are going to do this whole day event. Previously it was discussed that we are going to do just 2 hours event and calling 2 speakers. Then it is something, there only I found that entrepreneurship and leadership quality in the students. That is what we wanted to exhibit, and today I am very happy that we have succeeded under the leadership of these students, I can say. More than me or anybody, under the leadership of R.C. College management students. And I am sure that every college in Bangalore and Karnataka can organize such an event, and we can produce one of the best entrepreneurs and the leaders.
Because Innoviz and Explore Karnataka Foundation are also main sponsors for this event. Alright, on this note, we now request Dr. Muniraju sir to please come forward and deliver this gathering. Thank you.
On the dais, eminent professor and member of parliament Rajiv Godaji and Ramnaran Chalaram College founder, grandson George, and my friend R.V. Venkatesh, and college principal Nandavadi sir, and the Maharjan, and other my friends, and today's speakers, Salma K. Fatima, IAS Managing Director, KBATC, and Asraful Hassan, and my dear faculty members and my dear students. So today, our government college is organizing that the Youth Uddyotaka Karnataka. This is a very beautiful function. So first time is a government colleges is organizing this type of programs. One thing I will give you, in our Bangalore University, nearly 60. One thing I will give you, in our Bangalore University, nearly 60 students admitted for the first year BCom and the first year BBM courses. So why? This is happening. Our Bangalore University syllabus is the entire India is a #1 place. You are giving the education for your students, skill-based education. Electronics, mechanical, civil engineering, same thing. Honors, BCom e-commerce, BCom international financial reporting, BCom supply engineering, logistic and supply chain management, and hospital administration. This is so many courses you can introduce on the next year onwards. So this is a good opportunity. So another thing, what is now our central government introduces the taxation, you can introduce shortly. That is also give the job opportunity to my students. So one thing I tell about nearly what is happening is so much job opportunities are there in after the 1991 LPG liberalization, privatization, globalization onwards. So every student moving there admitted only in a BCom, commerce education. BCom. Why you don't do the engineering? No, sir, I am not interested. What is the electronic field? Which field our student is ready? But a BE graduate, what is happening is only one area he studies. Is a computer aspect in the products, but our commerce graduates sell the products. So therefore, so much job opportunities is there in our commerce graduates. But one thing I tell about this type of, this is the recruitment processing going on every colleges after that is come to the university itself. Last week I will inaugurated in the KD college, the job medal. It started, so that time I tell about, yesterday paper also come. So our university started this month end, you are started on entire Bangalore University teachers, students, one job medal you started on most probably in June 25th onwards. We are already planning, so this type of it is a good opportunity for our students, that is successful our programs. So this opportunity can given, therefore I will once again thanks to organizers and other friends. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the insight. All right, so now the Alumni Association of Government R.C. College Commerce and Management will conduct a felicitation program to our beloved principal, Professor S.V. Nandavadi, on the occasion of superannuation.
Sir, side. Sir, 1 second, sir. Photo. Sir, it is. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jawahar Gopalji, Mr. Rajiv Godaji, Mr. Venkateshji, Mehrunji, and 2 speakers on dais, and my dear colleagues and my beloved students. Now, this is not a proper time to deliver more speech because 2 more sessions are going to conduct after this function. I thank who has participated from different colleges in this occasion. ಈಗ 16 ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ವಿವಿಧ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮಧ್ಯವರ್ತಿ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಿಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಟುವಾಗ ಶ್ರಮ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆ ಸೇವೆ ಹೇಗಿರಬೇಕೆಂದರೆ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ದಶೆಯಿಂದಲೇ ನೀವು ಹೋರಾಟದ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಬದುಕನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ, ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಯನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು 1976ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ BA ಇದ್ದೆ. ಆಗ ಇನ್ನು ಆಗ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾವು ಹೊಡೆದು ಈ ಚಳವಳಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಮತ್ತು 1982 ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಕಾಕ್ ವರದಿ ಚಳವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ರಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತುರ್ತು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧಿಸಿ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳಿಗೆ, ಬಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ತುರ್ತು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯ ವಿರುದ್ಧ 1900 ಜೂನ್ 75ರಿಂದ 77ರವರೆಗೆ ಹೋರಾಟವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಗುರಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಹೋರಾಟದ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಥವಾ ಮನೋಭಾವ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಕಂಡಾಗ, ಶೋಷಣೆ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆಯವರ ಮೇಲೆ ದಬ್ಬಾಳಿಕೆ, ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಕಂಡಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಖಂಡಿಸುವ, ವಿರೋಧಿಸುವ ತಾಕತ್ತನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದೆ ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಸಮಾಜ ಅಂತ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ತುಡಿತ ಏನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳೇನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳೇನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆ ಏನು ಎನ್ನುವ ಅರಿವು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ದಿವಸದಿಂದಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗದೆ ನನ್ನ PG ಮತ್ತು LLB ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ 1981ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಈ ವೃತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಂದೆ. ಈ ವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಏನು ಕಂಡೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಿದ್ಧಗೊಳಿಸುವ, ತಯಾರಿಸುವ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಣಿಗೊಳಿಸುವ ಒಂದು ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾರ ಮೇಲಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರೇ. ಯಾರೇ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಗೌರವಿತವಾದದ್ದು, ಮೌಲ್ಯಯುತವಾದದ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿ ಹಣಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಒತ್ತಿಡಬಾರದು. ಅಧಿಕಾರದಿಂದ, ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಹಣದಿಂದ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ದೂರ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ವೃತ್ತಿಗೆ ತನ್ನದೇ ಆದ ಘನತೆ, ಗೌರವ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ದಿಸೆಯಿಂದಲೇ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಚುನಾವಣೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಭಾಷಣಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಈ ವೃತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ ಈ ವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕಾನೂನಿದೆ, ಏನು ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಏನು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಾಳೆ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಚಲನಚಿತ್ರರಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ, ಧಾರಾವಾಹಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಫೋಟೋ ಕಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಡ್ರಾಮಾಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನಮ್ಮ ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂಡ ಭವಿಷ್ಯತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ, ಗುರಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗುರು ಹಿರಿಯರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಭವಿಷ್ಯತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
I must thank our beloved principal, sir, for wishing the success of this event. Now I would like to call Mr. Vinod, Senior MBA, to present curtain raiser of Executor 2017 to be held in the month of August 2017.
The delegates and my dear students. Hello audience, I will announce two important unique events that is very important for every student in their career. Are you ready to hear? Oh, that's a super energy. The first event is Executor 2017. I am proud to say that this whole idea is totally conceptualized by second year MBA students, 2016-17 batch of Government R.C. College, in association with Enhance, Karnataka Foundation and alumni of our college. What is Executor? Executor stands for Exposure of Entrepreneurs with Culture and Trend Optimized Revolution. Executor is a platform and unique opportunity for young innovative minds to present their viable business creative ideas to their potential investors like venture capitalists, angel investors, bankers and financial institutions, etc. so on. The main objective of business ideas, bringing both entrepreneurs and investors at one platform called Executor to become the center of innovation for many students. And even two, a chance for all government college students to showcase their skills and to exhibit their talent in getting a job. Very interesting and special is this both events is totally restricted to government PG colleges across Karnataka and alumni of all government colleges. Both events are scheduled on August 2017. And very quite important one is this is a permanent event which will be held continuously in future years on the month of August to support all government PG college students across Karnataka. The association will be formed in the name of Executor. The interested candidates can become an active member in the Executor. He can share his views, feedback in order to make the Executor event a grand success. And thank you so much for your interest in this. Gopi not to take the
To us. Now on this note, we do have a small video to be played. Could we please have the video? That you guys have. Come on. We are at a seminar and how come we are? Come on. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go guys. Thank you for expertise on the knowledge and they're going to share us which will definitely help us to have a better vision in our life. So on this note, let us all say a word of thanks to the guests. So on that note, I would request Mamta to please come over.
Gopal, Chairman, Petherlite Group, the grandson of late Sri Ramanarayan Challaram, founder of R.C. College, for inaugurating the event uddyotaka 2017. We thank you, sir. Our heartfelt thanks to the keynote speaker, Professor Rajiv Gowda, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Karnataka, eminent educationist. We thank you, sir. We thank thank our chief guest for the day. Due to unavoidable circumstance, he could not be with us today for the program. But I take this opportunity to also thank him, Mr. Javed Akhtar, IAS, Principal Secretary, Higher Education, MD KPTCL, Government of Karnataka. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks goes to Professor K.P. Raghottam, Additional Director of Department of Collegiate Education, who has graced this occasion. Thank you, sir. We will be indebted to Ms. Dr. Muniraju N., Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, for being a part of this program and who is here to bless us for the success of this program. Thank you, sir. We extend our special thanks to Mr. R.V. Venkateswar, ex-MLC and Chief Whip, who is the backbone for our entire today's program. We thank you, sir. Mehruz Khan, member of Chief Minister's Vision Group, who has been with us in charting out all the events for this particular seminar right from the beginning, both financially and morally, and has been guiding us from time to time. We thank you, sir. We thank Professor S.P. Nandavadagi, Principal Government R.C. College of Commerce and Management. Thank you, sir. I also extend my thanks for all the participants from various colleges who have come to grace the program, faculties, non-teaching staffs and students, in particularly the media friends and the support for encouraging us, who have helped directly and indirectly for the program. Thank you all.
Gratitude and thanks to the organizers and the brains behind this program, our student friends, Srikant, Akshay, Vinod, Srinivas, Arjun, Vinay, Baswaraj, Lakshman, Vinay Kumar, Vijay Kumar, Mahesh, Sharanal, Gopinath, Masiya, Dhanlakshmi, Manjula, Rashmi, Chetana, Meghana, Deepika, Sweta, Yarab, and all who have supported directly and indirectly for conducting this program. Thank you very much.
We have a small video to be played about the executor and also about the uddyotaka 2017. So guys, please visualize the video at a much slower pace. Try to relate the video to yourself. Today where you are and tomorrow where you want to be, that is a question mark. So it all depends on the right attitude and the right skills that we hold to get into a market for our job opportunities. So Yarab, do we have the video ready? Oh, people are confused. Okay.
Eminent personalities from different fields, who is an IAS officer. I welcome Salma Madam to come on to the stage and occupy the She has done her in 2006 as Assistant Commissioner in Karawa, and she has worked as CEO at Gulbarga Jilla Panchayat, and in 2011 she became the Director, AIDS Prevention Society of Karnataka, and in 2013 she became the Deputy Commissioner of Bangalore Rural District, and in 2015 she became the Director of HR KSRTC, and in 2017 she assumed the Director in ITBT, is an distinguished NCC cadet in the college, and she has done total sanitation campaign in collaboration with Infosys Foundation, and she implemented Kandaya Adalat land courts in rural district. As I introduced her earlier, Karnataka. We are really honored to have you, madam. Once again, a big welcome to you. Director of KSDC, I welcome sir on the stage. Education, IT and BT, Rural Development and Department of Training. He was the Director of Panchayat Raj, Government of Karnataka, and he served as Director of, and he worked as Private Secretary to the Health Minister of Government of Karnataka and also Food Minister of Government of Karnataka. Presently is working as MD for Skill Development Corporation. He is an accredited national resource person for Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Government of Karnataka. He has presented research paper on empowerment of elected women representatives. The study, we are really privileged to have you, sir. Once again, on behalf of the entire gathering, I extend a hearty welcome to sir. Mr. S.R. Satisha, Joint Director of Department of Industry and Commerce, we welcome you, sir. Please come to the stage. Hassan. He joined the Department of Industry and Commerce as Assistant Director and he assumed positions during the Karnataka. He was instrumental. The luminaries of the state are with us who are going to enlighten us on the various topics. To address the gathering on the topic government schemes and incentives for startups. Over to respected Madam Salma K. Fahim.
The faculty members of the college, the organizers of uddyotaka, my dear students, mainly from R.C. College and also from all the other colleges in Bangalore. So I know it's been a very, very long morning. And it's been a very long morning for me also, sitting here for 1 hour listening to all the speeches. And I can understand you want to run out of food here. So but then you have no choice. You have to listen to me for about 10 minutes now. 10 or maximum 15 minutes. And which reminds me actually of a training program I was attending about a month back in LBSNAA. That is Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration in Missouri. One of these sessions went on and on and on, and at the end of it all, we were all very tired. So after the session got over, like you people are having a felicitation and a thank you for the speaker, one of my course mates was given the honor of doing that. So he went up and very politely addressed the speaker, and he said, do remember some of the words that I tell you. You can always Google it up later and get into the details. Okay, is this better? So basically, I will be talking about certain incentives and the kind of encouragement that the government is giving to startups today. You basically would have heard n number of times that India has a very young population, that most of our population is just within 25 to 40 years of age, and we are a very young population. So we always keep hearing this word called demographic dividend. So unless and until we are able to actually utilize the potential of this young population that we have today, this whole thing will actually turn into a demographic nightmare. So that being the understanding, or that being what the planners of today have thought about, they have come up with entrepreneurship as one important area which will actually make a difference for India in the next decade. So that's where startups come in, and that's where government incentives to startups come in. So coming to the general ecosystem, I will be talking mainly with respect to Bangalore. And in Bangalore, we all know that there is a very vibrant ecosystem that is already existing. We are the second fastest growing startup ecosystem in the whole world. We were the first state to actually announce the startup policy. You should probably get hold of the startup policy when you get some time and go through the kind of incentives that have actually been announced in the policy. As on today's date, we have, that is a little dated number of 4,000, but then we have close to about 7,000 startups today. Can you change the, if you have that, yeah. So we have close to about 7,000 plus startups already in Bangalore. And some of these big names that you have heard of, Ola, Flipkart, Myntra, Capital Float, Byju's, all these are actually Bangalore based. So it shows, it talks for itself that already there is something about Bangalore that all these people are flocking here. And that is the biggest advantage since you people are here. So mainly, I want to first know how many of you actually want to become entrepreneurs. Okay, that's a good number, I would say. In fact, when I was in college, I used to tell my parents I want to start something of my own. And somehow they said, I think civil services is a better option. So I disagree even today. I think becoming an entrepreneur, having your own idea and being able to work for yourself is the biggest satisfaction that you can get. But then they also told me, as an IAS officer, I can help other entrepreneurs. So maybe it is good enough. So this being the small background about the... Now, what do we want to do? What does the government want to do? The government wants... So basically, we will have almost every fourth or fifth person that you meet turning into an entrepreneur. They're creating jobs and providing new solutions and innovative solutions to civic problems, and also generally designing new products that will make life better for all of us. So this is what is the main goal. So that should also lead to employment generation. This is what we keep talking about. So about 12 to Karnataka government has. For you to appreciate the fact that there is a lot of things happening in this sector and that you can be an important part of this sector once you graduate from your colleges. So another important area of this startup policy is something called identifying 25 innovative technologies. I will come to this a little later because this is something that you people can also participate in and not later on in the immediate future is what I would say. So for achieving these four basic goals, we have certain strategies that have been devised which will help us actually reach that kind of level of generation of new startups, employment, as well as new technologies being brought into the fold. So this being the background, let us look at some of these strategies which are relevant from your point of view, which I think something that you people will be interested in. That's what I understand. Okay, so those pictures that you see there are the infrastructure that has been developed by the government. These are called startup warehouses, and this has been done with the industry partner, which is NASSCOM, which is National Association of Software Companies. So they run this entire startup warehouse or incubator. So we basically have people who have ideas and renting a space probably is a very expensive proposition. They can come down and rent this space. What advantage you get out of doing this is, in case you want to be an entrepreneur or you're already an entrepreneur in some sense, with an idea, a small team, etc., you can come and avail these services here. Some of the things that we actually provide are mentoring support. There are, since NASSCOM is an industry partner, and industry partner in the sense that this includes both small and big software companies as part of NASSCOM. So you get to directly interact with the companies and learn from their experiences. And also it helps in mentoring and forming networking connects, which helps any business to grow. So in case you are thinking of something like a business, the first thing that comes to mind is who will be our clientele. So once you are able to actually access these facilities, you tend to grow. So that is what the whole idea has been about. So this unique incubation space is there spread across Bangalore. One is housed in NASSCOM by NASSCOM in Dani district in Koramangala. There is one more in Koramangala itself, which is called 91 Springboard Incubator. And the others are also a mobile accelerator and an Internet of Things Center of Excellence. So these are centers which, when you find the time or just keep this in your mind, you can always access these, go to these places and see what is the work that gets done and see whether you can pick up ideas from there to take things forward. So this is briefly about that. Then, the next important thing that I would like to
talk about is Bangalore actually has a very vibrant academic setup. That is our biggest strength. The number of engineering colleges that we have, the number of management schools that we have, and also colleges like your prestigious institution itself. This is where the talent pool comes from. And this being readily available actually helps the industry to grow and vice versa. The industry being vibrant also helps the students provide new opportunities like say R.C. College, where the same incubation facilities that you saw that was being partnered by industry, here it will be partnered by the academic institution. So you get the advantage of actually implementing your idea at a very nascent stage when you are in college itself. So this has actually been quite successful because we have students who have developed prototypes, who have developed new small products, which have also been taken to commercialization scale also. So this is something that also I would request, sir, that you should probably explore for R.C. College and the other colleges that are present here. Then we also have something called the technology business incubators. This is more for high-end research. So basically, to form that ecosystem that I'm talking about, you not only require industry and academia, but you also require these kinds of specialized institutions of knowledge. So these can be in very niche areas like Internet of Things, robotics, nanotechnology. These are things that will really come up in the future, and these are words that you need to look out for, and these are words that you will be talking on a day-to-day basis in the coming future. So keep this also in mind. And then we also have in the biotechnology field something called biotechnology skill enhancement centers. So these again are basically to bridge the gap. I think Rajesh Gowda sir also was mentioning about bridging the gap that is very important. We need to know that today's students that come out are not very equipped to join the workforce. We need to actually train them up and bring them up to a certain level from where industry is able to absorb them. So this being the concept, we have these skill enhancement institutions both in biotechnology and IT, which can be utilized. But then since the whole thing is the backbone of any kind of business idea is the finance. Besides the idea itself, it is the finance. So unless and until you people understand technology, this is not really going to go anywhere. So that's why even though your area is commerce and management, you need to understand certain aspects of technology, and these are growing areas. So I just wanted to keep this in mind. Then there is another very interesting interesting idea. Project that program that government is running as of now, which is called Idea to Proof of Concept, and this is similar to I think the executor thing that people are going to be conducting in August. It is something similar where we actually conduct hackathons and invite startups and invite even students and generally the public to come and pitch their ideas before the government. And if we find that this idea is actually something that can be developed into a prototype or can be taken to scale, we provide the funding up to 50 lakhs to actually for you to demonstrate that proof of concept. So this event, in fact, it will be called Elevate, and we will be sending out advertisements for participation. This is one thing you need to watch out for, because it is something that even at the college level you people can participate. In case you have an idea, come forward, pitch your idea and see whether it makes a cut with the industry bigwigs there. If it does, it's a great start is what I would say. Then a similar hackathon was conducted, I don't know whether you people have heard of it, for tourism startups, and we had very interesting ideas that come out from there. One of this was something called Our Hotels, Our Hostels, which is an app that was developed by this boy who wanted to provide information about hostels that are there across the country, so that anybody who wants to go backpacking can access that information. So similarly, there were others like Digitour, where this bunch of young students wanted to, young entrepreneurs, have developed an audio-visual guide that can be used at tourist spaces in in Karnataka. So these are very innovative ideas, and they actually help make life easier. So these are the kind of ideas that we are talking about, which we would like to promote, that is the government would like to promote. So this is an event that you should watch out for, and in case anybody is interested in further information, then you can always access our website, which is startupkarnataka.govt.college. Yeah, this is another, remember I told you about these 25 new technologies that we want to explore or promote. These will be basically in areas that affect our day-to-day life. Like it rains, the entire city goes into some sort of standstill mode. We have a lot of problems with water conservation. We have challenges on nutrition. We have challenges on the health side, access to health in rural areas. So these are areas which we would like to see whether technology can help in finding solutions to these kind of social problems. So this is what is the grand challenge about. And we crowdsource ideas. So people like you and me can actually participate, come up with solutions to problems. Another area, like your traffic problem in Bangalore. When we're talking about traffic problems, you would always want to contribute something and say, maybe if this thing is done better, the traffic will be a little smoother. Maybe buses need to be increased. Some kind of an idea which you think is going to make a difference, and you would want to try it out, but do not really have the finances. This is the platform where you can come forward and make that shift. So this is about grand challenges. Then this is of course for a little higher level of startups as such. But then you can keep these venture funds that we operate in mind. They are basically to ensure people who already have reached a certain level, or even at a small or a medium scale at a startup level, there will be investors who would want to buy an equity stake in the startup to promote that idea, or they recognize that as a strong area of growth. So these are venture funds that are operated by the government. There are specialized ones depending on the field of operation. It can be a semiconductor fund, there is a bio-venture fund, and also this is another interesting area which is of importance to you all in the future, which is called AVGC. AVGC stands for Animation, Visual Effects, Gaming and Comics. This is a big industry, and this is a place where Karnataka wants to be seen as a pioneer, and we will be one of the first to take this industry forward as well. So these are basically venture funds and various incentives that the government is promoting from the government side. So then finally, now okay, you have decided that you want to become an entrepreneur. You go to a government office, you get completely put off. What is this? Madam came, spoke everything, but the moment we go to office, nobody listens to us. And then you are like so disillusioned. So basically we need to have our structure and infrastructure in place and the back office in place. So with that in mind, there is something called ease of doing business and policy facilitation that we focus on. So we have something called a startup cell in KBITS, which is Karnataka Information Technology and Biotechnology Society. So in case you want to contact us, you can always drop into our office. We sit in Shantinagar. If you have an idea, we will be thrilled to really listen to you. And also, if there is any way that we can channelize your idea into making it a reality for you, then I think this is a place that you need to go to. Next, coming to another small thing, these are the events that we conduct. Maybe you need to look out for it and participate in these events. This is the Bangalore ITE Biz. I think most of you would have heard of it. Has anyone heard of it? Bangalore ITE Biz. If you haven't, then it happens every year in November. It will be happening in Palace Grounds this year. You need to come in and see and participate for yourself. There is another event called the Bangalore India Bio, which will be co-located at the same location. There is also a Bangalore India Nano event which will be conducted. So these are our flagship events that are done by the department. And also we have other events that we sponsor, which are TiCon in Hubli. We have Antaprerna, which is conducted by Kai again. These are all platforms where you get an opportunity to actually pitch your ideas. If you have an idea, you can always make it a reality. So keep looking out for these names when they happen. These are great places to begin with. There is the Startup Dialogue by Deshpande Foundation. There is Entrepreneurship Cafe. There is a Mini Makers Fair. There is an India International Innovation Fair. Startup Bio, Agri Startup Fest. So these are events that will ring a bell every time you think of entrepreneurship. Lastly, from the department, we also have sponsorship programs. We provide exposure visits to startups to various countries, which gives them again a platform to network and
Commerce and Management and the entire gathering. I thank you for spending your precious time with us. Thank you once again. Mainly because of lack of skills. There is a gap between the job and the skills required. To enlighten us regarding this, regarding the various skills that one should concentrate, we have with us Mr. Ashrafullah Hassan sir, Director of KSDC. I request sir to enlighten the gathering. Over to respected Ashrafullah Hassan sir.
ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಬಹುಶಃ ಆಂಗ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ ಆ ನಿದ್ರೆನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಚೆ ಬರ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಈ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಮಾತುಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂಗ್ಲ ಬಳಸಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಾಯೋಗಿಕವಾಗಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಥವಾ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಕೇವಲ ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಅರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಏನಿದೆ, 1ನೇ ತರಗತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು 10ನೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಬಹುಶಃ 1ನೇ ತರಗತಿಯಿಂದ 9ನೇ ತರಗತಿ ತನಕ ಓದಿರೋದು ಮರೆತುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇವಲ ಕೊನೆಯ ವರ್ಷ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಒಂದು ವಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು 15 ದಿವಸ ಪರೀಕ್ಷಾ ವಿಧದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ವಾಂತಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ತದನಂತರ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸರಿನಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಆ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ದಾಟಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು PUC ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ, ಪದವಿ ಪೂರ್ವ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿನೂ ನಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಚೂಸ್ 2 from 5 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2 ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು. ಒಂದು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಅವರು 2 ವಿಷಯಗಳು 2 ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಲಕ್ಕಿಗೆ 5ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, ನಾನು ಓದಿರೋದು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿರೋರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಇರೋ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಒಂದು 10 ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದೆ, ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ IT ಮೇಲೆ ಏರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು SM ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾನು ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ತು. KBITS-ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಇದ್ದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎದುರು ಏನು ಕಾಣ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ 2001 to 2005 ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 25,000 BE ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ಸ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಉತ್ಪನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಗ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಫಿನಿಶಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ನ ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ KBITS ನಾವು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇನ್ಕ್ಯುಬೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಫಿನಿಶಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಬಹಳ ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ತದನಂತರ ಈಗ ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ಸ್ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಈಗ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ನಾನು BSc ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆನರ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೆಡ್ರಾಸ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸನೂ ನಾವು ಆರ್ಕಿಮಿಡೀಸ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಇರಲಿ, ನೀಲ್ ಬೋರ್ ಆಟಮ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಯಾವುದು ನಾನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವತ್ತು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹಂಗೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಗಣಿತ ಅಂತ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ 1+1 2+2 4 ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಲ್ಜಿಬ್ರಾ ಇರಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನು ಟ್ರಿಗ್ನಾಮೆಟ್ರಿ ಇರಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ನಾವು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವ. ಸೊ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಥವಾ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಬಹುಶಃ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ರೀಲುಕ್ ಅಟ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ತಜ್ಞರು ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ ನಾವು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಚೋದಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೆದಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಬರಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸಂಪತ್ತಿಗೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಡೆಮೋಗ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್. ಈ ಡೆಮೋಗ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಫಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ, ಈಗ ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಅಥವಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳು ಅದೇ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಅಲಂಕರಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ನಾನು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದು ತಪ್ಪು. ಅವು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವೃತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಕೃಷಿಕನೂ ಆಗಬಹುದು. ಈ ತರ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಏನು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಒಲವು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಏನೋ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಪಂಚನೇ ಬಿದ್ದೋಯ್ತು ತನಕ, ನೀನು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಓದಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಇದ್ರೆ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೆದರ್ಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆಗ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನ ಜೊತೆ ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸಲ್ಮಾ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅಥವಾ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೀವ್ ಗೌಡ ಅವರನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಬಹುಶಃ ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಿಂದ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬದಿಂದ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ, ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಏನಿದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಉಳಿತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಹಿಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷದ ಆಯವ್ಯಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಜೀವನೋಪಾಯ ಮತ್ತು ಉದ್ಯಮಶೀಲತೆಯ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಇಲಾಖೆಯನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು, ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳು, ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗುರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಕನಸು ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವ ಜನತೆ ಯಾರು 16 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ 35 ವರ್ಷದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? 7 crores. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹಸುವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ, ಧ್ವನಿನೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಂದು ಈಗ 2011ನೇ ಗಣತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 5.5 ಕೋಟಿ. ಈಗ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ಸಡನ್ ಈಗ ಬಂದಿರಬಹುದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ 16 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ 35 ವರ್ಷದ ವಯೋಮಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ 16-18 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ 35ರಿಂದ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಅದು ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಏಜ್, ಉತ್ಪನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವ ವಯೋಮಿತಿ. ಕೇವಲ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನ. ಹುಡುಗರು ನಾನು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಕೂತಿರೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಗಳು, ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ, ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಈ 16 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ 35-40 ವರ್ಷದವರೆಗೆ. ಈ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ನಾವು ಏನಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ವಯಸ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹುಡುಕೊಂಡೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಕೆಲಸ ಹುಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ 20-25 ವಯಸ್ಸಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಶುರು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಫೇಲ್ ಆದರೆ ಆ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಡಬೇಕು. ಆಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದ ಜೊತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಆ ದಿನನೇ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಭಾರ. ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಶುರು ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿನೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ದೆನ್ ಯು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್. ಅದರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ನೀವು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಉದ್ಯಮಶೀಲತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿ ಈಗ ತಾವು ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಕಳೆದ ಒಂದು 15ನೇ ಮೇ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 15 ದಿವಸ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ವಿಧಾನ ಸೌಧದಿಂದ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ವೆಟ್ ಹಾಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಜಾಲತಾಣನ ಒಂದು ಲಾಂಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಇದು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತ ನಾನು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. www.kaushalkar.com ಹೊಸ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್. ಇದು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು. ಕೌಶಲ್ ಕಾರ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಆಪ್ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಫ್ರಮ್ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್. ಈ ಜಾಲತಾಣದ ಮಹತ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಜಾಲತಾಣದ ಯೂಸ್ಫುಲ್ನೆಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರಿ ಈ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 50% ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಗಳು ಕಳಿಸೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಗುರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡಲು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕಳೆದ 15 ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 3.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಈಗ ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ದೇ ವಾಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಟು ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಆನ್ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಏನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಇರಬಹುದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿ, ಖಾಸಗಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಇವನ್ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಿಂದಲೂ ನಾವು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ kaushalkar.com ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ ತಕ್ಷಣ ತಮಗೆ ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಾನು ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿನೇ ಇದೆ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್. ಒಂದು 5 ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳು ತಾವು ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ಕೊಡಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ. ಈ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಸುಮಾರು 541 ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಿವೆ, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ, ಅಕೌಂಟೆನ್ಸಿ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಇಂದ, ಅಕೌಂಟೆನ್ಸಿ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಪ್ಯಾರಾಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಬುಟ್ಟಿ ಹೆಣೆಯೋದು ಇರಲಿ, ಸೀರೆ ನೇಕಾರದು ಇರಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ತರಹದ ಸುಮಾರು 541 ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ನಾವು ಆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ತಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಂದಾಯಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ತಮಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ತರಬೇತಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ವತಿಯಿಂದ, ಈ ತರಬೇತಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಮಾನದಂಡಗಳು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಅವರು ನಿಗದಿಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಅಂತ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ NSFQ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಏನು ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಆ ತರಬೇತಿ ವೆಚ್ಚನ ಭರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಭರಿಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ತಮಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸೋದು ಅವರ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 25% ದುಡ್ಡು ನಾವು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ಎವ್ರಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಗಾನ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಡ್ before the final bill of the training organization is clear ಅಂತಾನೆ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಸದಾವಕಾಶ ತಾವು ಬಳಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಕನಸು ಅದೇ ಇರೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವ ಜನಾಂಗ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾರೋ ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗದ ಲಭ್ಯತೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ದಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ತದನಂತರ ಈಗ ನಾನು ತಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಇದು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ತಾವು ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಾವೇ ಸ್ವತಃ ಉದ್ಯಮಶೀಲತೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಂಟ್ರಪ್ರನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನೀವೊಂದು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ತಾವೇ ಆಂಟ್ರಪ್ರನರ್ ಆಗಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋದು. ಈಗ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೆಬಿಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಈಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ತಮಗೆ ಸಹಾಯಕವಾಗಿ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಯಾರು ನಾವು ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗರು ಹಂಗೆ ಸೊ ತಾವು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ತಮ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ತರಹದ ಸಹಾಯಗಳು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ, ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಗೆ ಲಭ್ಯವಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ತಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಒಂದು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಿರು ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ತಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನೋಡಿ. ಇದೆಯಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು? ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಿರು ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ತಾವು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ತಮಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇಲಾಖೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ತರಹದ ಏನೇನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ನಾವು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದರ ಲಾಭ ತಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಪಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು, ಇದರ ಜೊತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿವಿಧ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಿಗೆ, ಅದು ಕೃಷಿ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಇರಲಿ, ರೇಷ್ಮೆ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಹೈನುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇರಲಿ, ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಈಗ ಏಕ ಇಲಾಖೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಅವರುಗಳು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಡೊಮೈನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಆಯಾ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮೇಲ್ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಮಿಷನ್, ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಚಿವರುಗಳು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರುಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇದು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇದು ಒಂದು ತಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವರ್ಣದ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಕೂತಿರುವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗ ತೋರಿಸೋರು ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರೂ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ಒಂದು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದದಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಈಗ ತಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಏಜ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್, ಈಗ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಖಾನೆ ಶುರು ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ತಾವು ಬೆಳೀಬಹುದು. ಈಗ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಒಂದು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಏನೋ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಗೂಗಲಿನ ಸಿಇಒ ಯಾರ ಹೆಸರೇನು? ಎಂತನೋ ಪಿಚಾಯ್ ಸುಂದರ್. ಅವರು ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಅವರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಹೆಂಗಿತ್ತು, ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಕನಸು ಕಾಣಿದ್ರು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟು ಈ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ಹುಡುಕಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಥವಾ IT ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಒಂದು 5-10 ನಿಮಿಷಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಬಹುಶಃ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರುಗಳು ಅಮೆರಿಕಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಕೆನಡಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡೋದು, ಆ ಒಂದು ತಮ್ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಿಸ್ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳು ನಾವು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದು IT does this is one of the premier flagship programs of the IT industry across the world. ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ವಿವಿಧ IT ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಈ ದಿನಾಂಕ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಆ 3 ದಿವಸ ಅವ್ರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಂಗೆ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಬಿಟ್ ಅಂತ, ಇದು ಜರ್ಮನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಬಿಟ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಿಬಿಟ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ 3-4 ದಿವಸ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಸೇರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು 2-3 ಸಿಬಿಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಜರ್ಮನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೊಸ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಹೊಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. IT ಮತ್ತು BT ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಬಯೋ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಯೋ ಅಂತ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಬಯೋ ಅಂತ ಅದು ನಡೀತದೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಅಥವಾ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಮೊದಲನೇ ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಸಮಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಂತರ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಮುನ್ನೆಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯದ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಈ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಕೇವಲ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಳಿತೀವೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರನೂ ನಾವು ಮೇಲೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಹೋದರರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇದೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇದೇ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾರೆ. ಈಗ IT ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಈಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು IT ಹುದ್ದೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರ ಜೊತೆ 5 ಹುದ್ದೆಗಳು ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ IT ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ಗೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಇರಕ್ಕೆ ಮನೆ ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಹೌಸಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಎರಡನೇದು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಬೇಕು, ಕಾರ್ ಬೇಕು, ವಾಹನಗಳು ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಇದು ಬ್ರಾಂಡೆಡ್ ಬಟ್ಟೆನೇ ಬೇಕು, ಹಂಗಂತ ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಿದ್ಧ ಉಡುಪುಗಳ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವನ್ನು ಶುರುವಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ತರ ಉದ್ಯಮಶೀಲತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಬಹುಶಃ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅಂಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಟ್, ತಮಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಥರ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಇಡೀ ಉದ್ಯಮನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡುವ. ಸರಿನಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಪವರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮಾನವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ನೆರವಿಲ್ಲ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಬಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ನೆರವು, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಬಲ ಈಗ ರೂಪಿಸೋದು, ಅದನ್ನ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾರು? ನಾವಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಮಯ ಯಾರು? ಬಹುಶಃ ಊಟ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾಷಣ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ನನ್ಗಂತೂ ಉಪವಾಸ, ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ದಿವಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಉಪವಾಸ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಈ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಂತಲೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಅ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. ಇದನ್ನ ಅರಿವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋರು ತಾವು ತಪ್ಪೋ ಸಹಿನೋ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದ 15 ವರ್ಷ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಈ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯೋಚನೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ತಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜನ ಬೆಳೆಸಿ, ತಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬ, ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ, ತಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮ ದೇಶನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಈ ಭಾವನೆ ತಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ನಂಬಿಸಿ, ಬಹುಶಃ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಕಿರಿ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳು ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಮೀರಿ ಇರಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ತಾವು ಯಾವತ್ತು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟವರು ವಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು.
ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಇದರಿಂದ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ರಾಜ್ಯ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ದೊರಕಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಸದುಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕೆಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡಿದ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಶ್ರಫುಲ್ ಹಸನ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ರಾಮನಾರಾಯಣ್ ಚಲರಾಮ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ SR ಸತೀಶ, ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್, ಟು ಶೇರ್ few words of wisdom on industrial policies of the state. Over to sir.
Mike is sir. Mike.
ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಂಘಟಕರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಂದೆರಡು ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನನ್ನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಎಮಿನೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಬ್ಬರು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಉದ್ಯಮವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸವಲತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯಮ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಅವರು ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನೇನು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ಬೇಕಾಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನೇನು ಸವಲತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸಹಕಾರಗಳನ್ನ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ನೀತಿ ಅಂತ ತಂದದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಈವನ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಗುಜರಾತ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ವಿ ವರ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ದಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇನ್ ದ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೇ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇನ್ 1980. 1980ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ನೀತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೊರತಂದ್ವಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ನೀತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಕಾರಣ. ನಾವು ಜನರಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೇನು, ಉದ್ಯೋಗಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಹಣ ದುಡ್ದು ಜೀವನ ಸಾಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ನೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋದೇನೆಂದ್ರೆ ಉದ್ಯಮಿ ಆಗು, ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ನೀಡು. ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ನೀಡಿ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಈ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಅಪ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಒಂದು ಯೋಚನೆ ನೀವೇ ಸ್ವಂತವಾಗಿ, ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಸ್ವಯಂ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಗಳಿಗೂ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠವಾದಂಥ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ. ಆನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅನ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರೆನರ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ಯಮಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೇ ಬಾಸ್. ಇದು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲವಷ್ಟು ಅಡಚಣೆಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಇದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಏನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ, ಹೌದಲ್ಲ? ಈ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ 4-5 ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನೀವೇ ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಗೂಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಿರಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಎ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ಒಂದು, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಆದಂಥ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಸೃಜನಾ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗೋ ಥ್ರೂ ದ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ www.cmegp.kar.nic.in. ಈ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ CMEGP ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥೂಲವಾಗಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಪದ ಇದೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನು ಈ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ 10 ಲಕ್ಷದವರೆಗೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಕೃತ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಸಾಲ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯವನ್ನು ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯಡಿ ಕೊಡಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ನು, ಇದನ್ನ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 35% ಸಹಾಯಧನವನ್ನು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನಾ ವೆಚ್ಚ ಆದರೆ 3.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಯನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನೀಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಉದ್ಯಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಒಂದು ಸೇವಾ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತು ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತು ಸೇವಾ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಗರಿಷ್ಠ 25 ಲಕ್ಷದವರೆಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಾಲವನ್ನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಕೃತ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಕೊಡಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 35% ಅಥವಾ 25% ಸಹಾಯಧನ ಸಹ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಸಹಾಯಧನ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಸಿಕ್ಕತ್ತೆ. 25 ಲಕ್ಷ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಗರಿಷ್ಠ 8,25,000ವರೆಗೂ ಸಹಾಯಧನವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಸಹಾಯಧನ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಆ ಸಹಾಯಧನ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯಮ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯಮ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಉದ್ಯಮದಿಂದ 4-6 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಸಾರ್ಥಕವಾಗುವಂತೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹಾಯಧನದ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸುಮಾರು ನೀವು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿರ್ತೀರ, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಪ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಮುದ್ರಾ ಯೋಜನೆ. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲನೂ ನೀವು ಗೂಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. 10 ಲಕ್ಷದವರೆಗೂ ಕಿಶೋರ್, ಮುದ್ರಾ ಮತ್ತು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಷನ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲೈಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಉದ್ಯಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗಿ ಯುವತಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದಿಮೆದಾರರಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳು ಬಾರದೇ ಇರಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೊಲಾಟ್ರಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಾಲ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಾಲ ತೊಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಶ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳಿಂದ ಯಾರೇ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಈ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಶ್ಯೂರಿಟಿನ ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು, ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲೇ ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಫಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬೆಂಬಲವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಾವಲಾಗಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಒಂದು ಫಂಡ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಪ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಮುದ್ರಾ ಯೋಜನೆ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಇದು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ, ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟಿವ್ಸ್ನ ಮುದ್ರಾ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಪ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲೂ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಹಲವಾರು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ನೀತಿ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನನಗೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ 18 ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸಿಗಳನ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. 18 ಪಾಲಿಸಿಗಳು. ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ನೀತಿ ಇದೆ, ಏರೋಸ್ಪೇಸ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೆ, ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಡಿವೈಸಸ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಎಕ್ವಿಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಪ್ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೆ, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೆ. 18 ಪಾಲಿಸಿಗಳಿವೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾವ ಯೋಜನೆ ಯಾವ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಗೂಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಕಾರಣ ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಡೊಮೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಏನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಷಯ ಅಲ್ಲ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಏನಿದೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಂದು 2-3 ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕನೇ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಒಂದು ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ ಏನೇನು ಸವಲತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯನ್ನು 2014ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಂದ್ವಿ. ಇದು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿವರೆಗೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ. 2019ರವರೆಗೂ ಈ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೋಟಿ ಬಂಡವಾಳನ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಇದರಿಂದ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಹೊಸ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಈ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ನೀತಿಯ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ಅನ್ನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ 5,78,115 ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆಗಳು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತವೆ. 1,200 ಬೃಹತ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಧ್ಯಮ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆಗಳು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿವೆ. ಇದು ಅಂಕಿ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅದರದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯನ್ನು ನೀವು ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನನ್ನ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನಂಬರು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ ಕಡೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯನ್ನು ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರದ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳು ರಾಜಾಜಿನಗರ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಎಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮದು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಕಚೇರಿ ಬಂದು ಖನಿಜ ಭವನಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೇ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬೇಕಿದ್ದಲ್ಲೂ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಸದಾ ಸಿದ್ಧರಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವೊಂದು ಸ್ವಂತ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾವುದೂ ಸಕ್ಸೀಡ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಥಾಮಸ್ ಆಲ್ವಾ ಎಡಿಸನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಜ್ಞಾಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. 10,000 ಟೈಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ಒಂದು ಬಲ್ಬ್ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಬಲ್ಬ್ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, ಮುನ್ನುಗ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಧೈರ್ಯ ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾನು 2 ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ.
ಇಂದಿನ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್.ಆರ್. ಸತೀಶ್ ರವರು ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ, ಸ್ವಯಂ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರರಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಅವಕಾಶ ನೀಡಬೇಕು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರೂಪಿಸಿರುವ ಕೆಲವು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಸಹಾಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ನೀಡಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಕಚೇರಿಯನ್ನು ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಿ ಒಂದು ಸಹಾಯ ಮತ್ತು ಸಲಹೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು ಎಂದು ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್.ಆರ್. ಸತೀಶ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ರಾಮನಾರಾಯಣ್ ಚಲಾರಾಮ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎನಿ ಡೌಟ್ಸ್, ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಎನಿ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್.
My question is for Ashokula, sir. Sir, I have seen your program in TV as well, and I have heard about the program called Kaushalya, wherein you have spoken a lot about it. My question is that, so for the program that we enroll, do we have to pay any fees structure?
There is absolutely no. ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಮರ್ತೆ. ಈ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಎರಡು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಒಂದು ಔಪಚಾರಿಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಒಂದು ಅನೌಪಚಾರಿಕ. ಔಪಚಾರಿಕ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ITI ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ. ITI ಅಂತ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ನನ್ನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 1800 ITIಗಳಿವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅದು ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್, ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಟ್ಟರು, ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಷಿಯನು, ವೆಲ್ಡರು, ಮೆಷಿನಿಸ್ಟು, ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಆಪರೇಟರ್ಸು, ಡಾಟಾ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಆಪರೇಟರ್, ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೊಲಿಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಸುಮಾರು 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ನಾವು ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಈಗ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಏನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದಲೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸದಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಲಾಭ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಉದ್ಯೋಗಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅನೌಪಚಾರಿಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ತರಬೇತಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿ ಡು ನಾಟ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಎನಿಬಡಿ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಯೋರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ 100% ಫ್ರೀ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಪೇ ಎನಿಬಡಿ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗಿವ್ ಯು ಅ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೇ ವಿಚ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ಡ್ not only in Karnataka or anywhere across the state. It is going to be an all India accredited certificate, and we are also working with international countries, I told you. So your certificate will be valid internationally also, that you possess inta ಒಂದು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ, ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ you possess ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Break for lunch.
My name is Anil Kumar H.M. I belong to Government Science College. My question is, CMAGP ಮತ್ತು PMAGP ಲೋನಲ್ಲಿ ವೈನ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನಾರು ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? CMAGP ಮತ್ತು ವೈನ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ವೈನ್ ರೈಟ್? ಹೌದು,
WINE. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ವೈನ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ವೈನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತಲೇ ಇದೆ. There is a wine policy published by the Government of Karnataka which will give incentives and concessions to that wine industry. And coming back to the loan, wine ಗೆ ನಾವು ಲೋನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಲೋನ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ವೈನ್ ಥರದ ಲಿಕ್ಕರ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಮೇಡ್ ಲಿಕ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಐಟಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ವೈನ್ ಆಸ್ ಸಚ್ ಯು ಕಾಂಟ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ 10 lakhs, ರೈಟ್? 10 ಲಕ್ಷದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ನೀವು ವೈನ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಳ್ಬಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೈನ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ವೈನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಇಫ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಔಟ್ ಇನ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಶೇರ್ ದಿ ವೈನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ.
Okay sir, thank you.
Platform for us to ask and get things clarified. And here are the eminent personalities who can really help us and throw knowledge about every aspect of it. So, anybody, it could be any questions here. Please don't hesitate that, okay, if I ask this question, how am I going to be?
ಬರೀ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋರು ಮಾತ್ರ ತಗೋಬೋದಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಸೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಇರೋರು ತಗೋಬೋದು ಸರ್?
ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ತರಬೇತಿ 14 ಹೋಗದೇ ಇರುವವರೆಗೂ ತರಬೇತಿ. So your completion of graduation is not a prerequisite. Any level, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಟ್ ಮುಗ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು PUC ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೋದ್ರೆ PUC will be taken as a criteria. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಹೌಸ್ ವೈಫ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೋ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋರಿಗೇನು ನಾವು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಿರೋ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ. ಅದು ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಯು ಚೂಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಯು ಚೂಸ್. ಅದು 3 ತಿಂಗಳ ತರಬೇತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ತರಬೇತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, 1 ವರ್ಷ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಥರ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾವು ಕನಸು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು 5 ರಿಂದ 10 ವರ್ಷದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ, ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಔಟ್ಡೇಟೆಡ್. Nobody will be sending children to school or to college to get degrees. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯದ ಕಡೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನೂ ಈಗ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಗೆ 3 ವರ್ಷದ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ we are designing. I am a part of that group where we would also have exchanges between international participants. 2 ವರ್ಷ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟುಬಿಟ್ಟು 1 ವರ್ಷ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ಕಲಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಎ ಫ್ರೀ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್. ಇದೊಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಈಗ ಇವತ್ತಿನ 5ನೇ 6ನೇ ತರಗತಿ ಓದಿರೋ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅದು ಆ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. Any other question?
ಸರ್, ಇವಾಗ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಫುಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ತರಬೇತಿಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಸನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ತರಬೇತಿಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾ?
ಮೇಡಮ್, ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿರೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ 2 ಥರ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ತಾವು ಸೇರಿರೋದು ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಯ ಇಚ್ಛೆಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಂದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಇದು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳ ಒತ್ತಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒತ್ತಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಬೇಡಕರ ಇದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳ ತರಬೇತಿ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ 2-3 ವರ್ಷ ಹಾನಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಜೀವನದ ಮಟ್ಟ ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಬಂದು ಸೇರಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕಬಲ್ ಟು ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಏನೋ ದಾರಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಸಿಕ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿ 3 ವರ್ಷ ಕಳೆಯೋದು ಈ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈವನ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಸಲ್ಮಾ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿ ಹೋದ್ರಲ್ಲ, 1 ತಾಸು ನನಗೆ ಲೇಟ್, ನನಗಿನ 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ, ನನಗೆ SMS ಮಾಡಿ ನನ್ನ ಪಿ ಎ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾವು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇಡೋರು ನಾವು 1-2 ವರ್ಷ ಈಗ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಕೈ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ
ತಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
First of all, I am Vinay Prasad BG. I am coming from Care from Government R.C. I am studying first year accounts, sir. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ನೂತನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತಂದಿದೆ. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಪಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಷಯ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು, ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಅದು ತಾಲೂಕು ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಾಲೂಕು ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಾವು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ನಗರಗಳ ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ನಾವು ತರಬೇತಿ ಪಡಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್.
ಆಗಷ್ಟು ಹತ್ರ, ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹತ್ರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹತ್ರ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಒಂದು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಗಳಿದೆ. ಏನು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ, ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಿರೋ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಸೌಕರ್ಯಗಳು, ವಾತಾವರಣ, ಮಾನವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಲಭ್ಯವಿದ್ದರೆ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳಿರಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮಾನವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಇರಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಸೌಕರ್ಯಗಳು ಅದು ಸಿಕ್ಕೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ತಾಲೂಕು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಒಂದು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತು ಏನಂದರೆ, ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿನ ಹೋಗಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ನಾವು ಜೀವನ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಕಲಿಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕುತ್ತೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು.
ಹೌದು ಸರ್, ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮನೆ ಕಡೆ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಸರಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕಲಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಾಲೂಕು ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಮುಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಬೇಕು.
ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ತಾಲೂಕು ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವೊಂದೀಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 5 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹುಶಃ ತಾಲೂಕು ಅಥವಾ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದಲ್ಲ. ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 2-3 ಕಡೆ ಅಥವಾ 4 ಕಡೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಹಾನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಬಂದವರು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ತಜ್ಞರು ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಅನುಭವಗಳು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ನಿಮಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿ 1 ವರ್ಷ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಜರ್ಮನ್ ಕೊಲಾಬರೇಷನ್ KGTTI ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಜರ್ಮನಿಯಿಂದಾನೇ ತಜ್ಞರು ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಮೋಟರ್ ವಾಹನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ವೃತ್ತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೋಜನೆ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಲೆ ಮೂಲೆಗೂ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ತಮಗೆ ಆಶ್ವಾಸನೆ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿರೋದು, ತಾಲೂಕು ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಂತೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳು ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯಗಳು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ.
ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಅದೇ ಕೋಲಾರ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಸರ್, ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ತಾಲೂಕು ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೊರತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಬಹುಶಃ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದೇ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ನ ತಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸುತ್ತಾಡಿದೆ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಗೋ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರನ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್, ನಿಮಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳು kaushal.com ನಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು.
ತುಂಬ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ಈ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನ ನಾವೊಂದು 30 to 40 ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ನಾವೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೊಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್?
ಈಗ ಇದು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ತಾವು ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗ ಅದು ಪ್ರತಿ ಊರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜಾಗ್ರಫಿಕ್ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಯಾವ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಬಯಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ವಾಟ್ ಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್, ವಾಟ್ ಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ದೇ ವಾಂಟ್ ಅಂತ. 30 ಜನ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಒಂದು ತಂಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿ 30 ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್. ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ತರಬೇತಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಇದೆಯಾ, ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಯಾರಾವುದು, ಅವರು ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಮಾನದಂಡಗಳು ಇದೆ. ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಈ ಥರದ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂಥದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಕರ್ಸಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರಿ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗ ಇರಲಿ, ಬೀದರ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಫ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ದಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್. ನಾನು ಬಹುಶಃ
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
Wait for lunch. But at the same time, we thank all the guests who are on the dais and also sharing the knowledge for us. And I'm sure this is going to be imparting at a later stage of our life. And I think it's the right time for us to hear all these from the eminent speakers. So on this note, I request all of you to please give a big round of applause for the guests. And for yourself. A lot of noise, but guys, your cooperation is much important at this stage. And also, your certificates will be issued at the end of the event so that you can go back and show to your college for the attendance as well as the internal assessments. Alright? And post lunch, we will have a small session. It's going to be a dance event. It's not going to...
ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ತೆಗೆದು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ವೈರ್ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಗ್ರತೆ
that is Siriyar, Harshashri, Meghana, Krishna, and Shubha. Thank you for being the wonderful audience. Thank you.
Technical session to come on the dais. First, I would like to welcome Mr. V.V. Satyanarayana Sir, Senior Manager, KBITS. It's indeed a great pleasure to have you all on this occasion. Thank you for being with us. I request Pramod sir to give the bouquet and memento to welcome our chief guest of this. To come on the dais and welcome our chief guest for the occasion. Our chief guest of this session. First of all, I like to introduce Mr. V.V. Satyanarayana Sir, Senior Manager, Startup Karnataka, KBITS Department of ITBT, Government of Karnataka. He is working as a Senior Manager, getting the startup. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Uma Reddy Madam, Managing Director, Ms. Electrical Engineer, Ms. High-Tech Magnetics and Pharma President, a Technocrat Entrepreneur, Chairperson Technology and Innovation Committee, FKCCI, Managing Committee Member of FICCI, Focal Point South Asia for the Commonwealth Business Women Leaders Network. She has also won a National Awards for Women Entrepreneurship 2001 and has received Rajyotsava Award in 2005 for her contributions to society. It's a privilege to have you, ma'am. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Raghunandan, co-founder, ex-CEO, Taxi for Sure, is the founder and chief ex-CEO of a Taxi for Sure. He's an avid reader, a marathon runner too, and a walking encyclopedia in his own rights. He's awarded 2014 40 Under Business Leaders of India by Fortune India. Please give him a big round of applause. It is a listing under 40s who managed to grow an idea into a profitable business. He is also a recipient of IIMA Young Alumni Achiever Award. Thank you for being with us, sir. Professional with his 18 years of experience in management development and learning consultant and training. He has also worked with the well-known organizations such as JSW Steels, Independent Learning Consultant, National Institute of Sales, IIMD. Since August 2017, he has been working as a DGM Leadership Development in IBM India. He also delivers a high-impact learning interventions in the areas that are critical to an organization is success, leadership, personal and interpersonal relationship. I feel privileged to have all these dignitaries on stage. Please, friends, dear friends, make use of their knowledge, and I would like to over to the Uma Reddy Madam to address the gathering.
College, students, my own panel members, girls and boys, good afternoon. Ellargu namaskara. Okay, we have this. We're going to make it as a panel discussion to make it as interactive as possible, and we'll get the questions from all the students here, or even probably the faculty, and we as panelists will answer them. So we've got an eminent panel here, including myself in that group. So I'll take the lead in the fact that as we say, women first, so ladies first. So I'll do my bit of 5 minutes talk here, and thereafter we will open it out to each one of the panelists sharing their thoughts, and then we'll open it out to questions so that each one of you can ask your questions and we can answer. So before I go on to this, I was asked to talk about women entrepreneurship. But I want to hear from each one of you, or some of you here, is there something called women entrepreneurship? Yes, no? Yes. What's different about women entrepreneurship? Is there a difference in women entrepreneurship? No. Actually, for all of us to understand, entrepreneurship is business. And business has no gender. It's only I will buy or sell or to provide a service to my buyer or my seller. I do that irrespective of gender, right? If somebody is giving me business, I won't look at it whether it's a woman who's giving me business or whether it's a man who's giving business or is it a corporate company who's giving business. Because as we go further and further, business, some of them may be men, some of them may be women, but my business has no gender. So let me quickly tell you a little bit about myself. I started my business way back in the 80s in my final year of engineering, and I do not come from a business family, and I had these holidays which most students, and that's why I'm relating this story to you all. Like most students have exams or before exams you get some revision holidays, and it so happened that our semester exams were ahead. So I had a little bit more number of holidays. So I said, let me not while away my time, and I went to a small enterprise very close to my house, and this was in 80s, 84 to be precise. So I went to this small enterprise, and they gave me some printed circuit board designing work. And since I was in electrical engineering, he was doing that, so I went to him. And those were the days when we had no computers. And I learned the PCB designing using tapes. We used bishopgraphic tapes, and I did the designing work, and I was paid some 600 rupees. So I said, okay, this is good pocket money. But I realized that he was getting something around 2K for it, 2,000. So I said, okay, why should, I did some 2-3 designs in a few days' time. I said, why should I do it for him? Let me do it myself to the customer. And it's with that simple thought that I went to, and that time it was with Bharat Electronics that they were supplying to. So I went to Bharat Electronics and I said, I know how to do this work, let me do this myself and give it to you. And that time there were no entrepreneurship development cells. I don't think I knew the word entrepreneurship either. And he said, you have to have a company. And information was not available, there was no Google, there was no net actually. So I went to them and asked, he said, you have to have a registered company. So I said, good. So I tried to find out where to register my company. Incidentally, my college UEC, where I studied, was just next door to, on Ruptanga Road, where the Department of Industries and Commerce was. So I went there, I applied, and I got my license. And it took me 9 months to get my license. Right now, you'll get it at the click of a button on your website on e-uddyotaka. If you just go to e-uddyotaka or tcmsme.gov.in, you apply, you get your license to start your business, or they give you the Udyog Aadhaar number. Anyway, that's the story. That's how I started my business. I started doing for Bharat Electronics, and being in electronics business, we can't afford to sit pretty on what we do. So you have to keep changing. So computers came in, my printed circuit board designing had to move on from handmade or manual work to computerized PCAD designs. We really had to grow. So by 1990, I had to get into manufacturing some. By 1990, I realized that I couldn't continue with the same PCB artwork and assemblies. I'm sure you all have your EDC cells in your college. You talk about entrepreneurship, you learn about. I have a question. Some will say, what are the... Okay, let me ask you a simple question. How many of you are entrepreneurial? I want to raise up hands. How many of you in this group here are entrepreneurial? Qualities of an entrepreneurial person. Okay, what are the qualities of an entrepreneur? leadership, motivation, innovation, be innovative, risk taker. Some more quickly. Hard work, dedication. Some more. Creative, positive attitude. I heard from somebody in the back here. Something which I'm always looking for any business to succeed. Innovation, yes, but something else. Focus, yes. Passion, patience, perseverance, tolerance. Beyond that. Marketing, leadership, profit making, yes, money is not a bad word, profit is not a bad word, it's a good word for business. Some more. Satisfaction, customer satisfaction. Where does customer satisfaction come from? Customer satisfaction comes from product. And what about the product? Quality of the product. And something which everybody should really focus on is the quality of product and service. Now tell me, most of the entrepreneurial, I think it's just not that business people need to be entrepreneurial. I believe that every person and every individual, whether you take up a job, or whether you're working, or whether you're setting up a business, you can either call them entrepreneurs or you call them entrepreneurial. And all of us need to be entrepreneurial in nature to succeed in whatever that you do in whichever company that you go to. I think with just these few thoughts, I'll request the rest of my panel members to speak and then we'll have the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. After listening to ma'am's talk, I remember a quote, when women are put into leadership roles, brands get better and morals get better. Is it in front? Isn't it friends? I think women leadership, when it's put into leadership roles, brands get better and morals get better. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Shashidhar P. sir to take over this.
I see some people sitting at the top. Are you listening or? Okay. So, as ma'am said, it's really difficult to keep people awake, alive and kicking in post-lunch session, but let me try my bit. So, I'm not used to speaking at the podium in front of me. I'd love to actually come and interact with you from there, but let me see how I can manage to do it. But for now, let me quickly introduce myself. I am currently with IBM India Private Limited as a leadership development coach and consultant. So what I predominantly do is I facilitate leadership development programs in IBM. So I'm part of a global team. Now what I do there is pretty much similar to what people do in the college, but there is some difference there. I don't teach, there I coach. So the difference is huge between teaching and coaching. Predominantly, my focus would be on enhancing the skill, not giving the knowledge, because people that I speak to, they're highly knowledgeable, like you are. You're knowledgeable too. But honestly, what it takes to get a job. Do you need knowledge today? Do you need knowledge to be given to you today? Now, let's say if I give you a topic, I am sure in this auditorium, almost everybody will tell me what it is, because you have knowledge right on your palm. Right? How? How is that?
Smart. Being smart.
Now, how can you access that knowledge? If I say something right now, can you please tell me what it means to you? And probably you can just quickly go to your mobile handset and then go to Google and give me the answer. Knowledge is accessible so easily today. You really don't have to give it to anybody. Because I think everyone sitting here are knowledgeable enough. Because there are so many ways and means to access and learn today. But what it really takes to get that foot in the door in the corporate world I'm talking about is the skill sets, the employability skills. It's quite shocking to know that out of how many business school grads pass out every year? Any guess? Any guesses? Anybody would want to take a shot at it and tell me how many people pass out every year from business schools in this country? ಒಂದು ಅಂದಾಜಾಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಂದಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಂದ MBA ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ? Yes? Somebody said that. 4 lakhs? Now tell me how many people are employable out of 4 lakhs. This is CIA study. I'm talking about Confederation of Indian Industries. 11.25%? That's a little high. I'm sorry to say that. Yeah, the employability percentage is just 8%. You know what it means? Out of 100 people who graduate, only 8 people are employable. That's quite concerning. What do you think? It is really concerning because only 8 people can be employed because they have the required skill sets to perform on the job. So what about remaining? What do you think they do? They settle for jobs that they never aspired for. And that is a trend in the industry today. I come out of business school hoping to do well for myself in career. Let's say I've done my specialization in finance. I come out and I don't find a job because I don't think I have the skill sets to really find a job in financial institutions. So I settle for something which I never thought about, never aspired for rather. So that's how we end up, landing into jobs that we don't like. Now, I as a leadership development facilitator, I always talk about the employee engagement in my programs. That's the reason why people are not involved emotionally into their jobs, because these are the jobs that they never wanted to. Because they have to pay their bills every month, they come to office, they sleepwalk through the corridors of office and don't give their 100%, they always underperform. Now, that's where my role comes in as a leadership development facilitator. So it's a responsibility of the leader to motivate and engage the workforce. So similarly, in the academics, it is the teachers who have to play the role of leaders. That is my strong belief. And that's what I go and talk to every teacher, every college, every school that I go. I say the leadership has to begin from teachers. That's called academic leadership. And you have to inculcate that leadership into our students. Now, partly, as Madam said, to become an entrepreneur, you need, most of you said that you need leadership skills. And you definitely have to have it in you. And some of you are leaders because it is something that some people are born with and some people can obviously develop over a period of time. Now here I'm to talk about the 4 important skills that you need to work on right away if you have to find a job for yourself when you come out of this college. Do you want to know what are the 4 skills? Now, would you want to take a shot at it and tell me what are the 4 skills that you need? Can you tell me? Now, this is a beaten to death thing, right? This is the spin that you would have got from every other speaker. You need to have good communication skills, right? Now, communication skills is a very broad skill, right? It encompasses so many aspects. Okay, we'll talk about it. It's basic, right? I don't think it is something that needs a lot of hard work or commitment. It is something basic. It is expected of everybody. Communication we are talking about. We are not talking about English. ನಾವು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್. Communication is different. What else? Any other skill? Can you talk about any other skill that is important today? Yeah? Technical skill? Okay. Anything else? Pardon? Body language, presentation. Okay, fine. Now, here is my thought. The world doesn't pay you for what you know. I want you to follow me.
I want you to hear me. I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying. Mark these words. The world will not pay you for what you know. The world will pay you for what you do with what you know. So if your focus is more on knowing and you don't know what to do with what you know, you will not be employable enough. So I have come here to talk about 4 important skills, though I have a list, laundry list, since I've been given just 5 to 10 minutes to talk to address you. I'm going to restrict my talk only to the 4 skills. Number 1, most important one. I want you to get busy on social media. You know what is social media I'm talking about? When I say social media, what is that? Not really. No Facebook, okay? Now Facebook is a good thing, no doubt about it. What else? What else do you think is social media? LinkedIn. Yeah, if you have a passion or if you're savvy, I definitely recommend you to get busy on social media. You can build a strong profile, and the chances of you landing a job is pretty high. You know, if you start focusing more on social media, whether you like it or not, because most of the employers and recruiters are predominantly are present on social media. So I would definitely recommend. I don't know how many are on LinkedIn here. I see only 1 or 2 hands going up when I say how many of you have profile on LinkedIn. So which means the first thing that you have to do after this meeting today, tomorrow, go figure out what LinkedIn is and how to go and upload your profile there. Right? Get busy on it. If you're aspiring to join a particular industry, there are so many forums on Google. For example, if somebody wants to join FMCG, there are forums. Go, get active on those forums, network with people, talk to people, contribute your ideas, and you never know, you might get a call from somebody tomorrow. Number 1. Number 2. Now keep your resumes up to date, okay? When I say resumes up to date, you have to script a story. I mean, you have to define who you are, and don't copy your resumes. Each one of us have our own stories to share. And we find a very easy way to write our resumes. You have to have your own resume. It's your profile. You have to build your profile. You have to write your own story. So think about it, who you are. Why should I hire you? So you have to give me a compelling reason. So it's important that you write your story and have a resume which is compelling enough for the employer to call you for an interview. Second, I want you to, if you have a LinkedIn profile, the best practice is also paste the link onto your resume for employers to easily go and look at your profile in LinkedIn. Have a PDF format to your resumes. It's better. It's much more, maybe in terms of, it looks better than the Word document. So PDF is what I recommend. And have a up-to-date email ID. Don't have email IDs with some. I know if you go and look at some of the email IDs, the very email ID tells me who you are. So have a proper email ID. It's very important to create one good email ID. So that's one. The third most important skill, again, brush up your IT skills. I know most of you may not land up in IT industry. Even if you don't, I definitely recommend you to brush up your skills, IT skills. Now, what I mean by IT skills, very basic, generic IT skills, like, are you good at creating spreadsheets? Are you good at working with PowerPoints? So on and so forth. Maybe 1 or 2 skills. Probably today, I think, I come from IT industry. I say the skill that currently is most sought after, if I may say so, is analytics. Analytics, big data, is one of the most sought after skills. And that's an additional skill that you may want to acquire after your MBA or parallelly while you're pursuing your MBA. You can look for opportunities to acquire a skill in analytics. If you're hearing me, you can make a note of it, go figure out if there are courses available outside of your college I definitely suggest it's worth investing some money and acquire the skills if the college is not providing it to you. So that's number 3. And the 4th and most important one is networking. So how good are you at networking? Networking with people. Now since we are here, all 4 of us, spending some time with us also could help you. Tomorrow if there is an opportunity, you never know, right? We might say, hey, hi, I'm so and so, and I have an opportunity for you. Do you want to come and talk to us? So try and build your network. Network is your net worth today. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಂದಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಭಾಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ meet people, talk to people, you have them in your network. I think it's definitely very important today. When you have all the skills, but if you don't have people who can help you with, it's very difficult. It's not so easy. So start focusing on networking. So these are the 4 skills that I want to talk about at this point in time, but there are many that I want to take most of your time. I'll just take a pause here and see if there are any questions, if you have any concerns. Let me see if I can address. And I can also invite my co-panelists to answer if you have any questions. Does that make sense? Can you recall what are the 4 skills that I talked about quickly? What is the number 1? Get busy on social media. Get comfortable with social media. That said, please don't spend inordinate amount of time only on Facebook. It will give you nothing. There are other places where you have to invest that time. What is the second one? Second one. Update. Have an updated resume. Right? What is the third one? Brush up your IT skills. Very important. Very, very important today. What is the last one? Now think about these 4 skills. I definitely want you to go back and think about it, reflect on it, and see how you can build those skills. That will definitely make you ready for a job. Thank you all very much.
A very good insight about the skills that we have to know as an individual. Because they only ask, guys, please put yourself in other shoes. When I say that, I don't mean that, you have to be in the hard times. But today, there's a huge difference. Now, every individual in this room has got the potential. You all have the ability. Now, it is up to you how you showcase yourself. Now, sitting in the audience to getting there, that's going to be a dream for us. So here's the platform, guys. I know it's high time for us. We've had enough lunch and we've had enough chats also. So let us all get involved in the conversation. And if you have any questions, I think this is the right time because you are investing a lot of time. At the same time, even our audience are here to deliver the experience and their expertise that they have been doing for this long. And that is why they are the leaders today. So let us all get to an habitual activity where we also strive hard. Let us all have a goal and a vision. So on this note, I would request the next speaker, who's Mr. Satyanarayana, who's the Senior Manager of KBIX, to please come on stage and deliver the gathering. Can we please hear a big round of applause for Satyanarayana, sir? Thank you.
So, good afternoon, all of you. And I would like to thank the entire management of R.C. College, students, and few of them who were in touch with me during the, for coordinating and calling me. It's an amazing follow-up what they have done, and very good coordination, and also all the dignitaries present on the stage and off the stage, and all other friends. So I think my managing director, Ms. Salma Fahim, spoke in the morning. I represent KBIX, an organization called Karnataka Biotechnology and IT Services. So it's a part of the Department of ITBT, Government of Karnataka. It's an implementation arm in implementing the policies and schemes crafted out from government under this Department of ITBT. Anything, KBITS implements it. We work as an implementation arm, Karnataka Startup Cell. So what we do is, primarily, we register all the startups, under the Karnataka startup policy and issue a certificate saying that they are a certified startup with KBITS. So what does a startup mean? Can I know from any one of you? I mean, what does a startup mean? What do you understand by a startup? Any one of you? It can be anything. Sorry? Okay, I'll tell you. See, according to the policy, the startup, is an entity which is actually registered in Karnataka and which is actually got 50% of the employees employed in Karnataka. And the third category is it should be within 4 years for an IT-based startup and within 7 years for a biotechnology-based startup. And the last criteria would be it should be within 50 crores from the 50 crores in terms of turnover from the date of incorporation. This is what makes a startup according to the startup policy, right? So if any company is there within this ambit, and of course it should be a technology-based startup in any sector. It can focus on any sector. It can be a food tech, it can be a med tech, it can be a tool tech, HR tech, or ed tech, education technology. So they can come and register with us, and they're open to a host of benefits which government gives, right from mentoring, incubation, legal assistance, booster kit facilities, access into many of the services like cloud, payment gateways, so many other things. So coming back to Uma ma'am's question, I would like to alter it a little bit. Instead of saying entrepreneurial, how many of you have ideas? Can you please raise your hand? How many of you have ideas? You can raise your hand fully, come on. Only very less. Ideas can be with anybody. All of us can have ideas, right? I'm not going to call anybody on stage, so you can raise your hand. I can see some of them. Okay. So now connecting this with Mr. Shashidhar's thing, how many of you have identified mentors for yourself? How many of you have identified mentors for yourself to get an inkling of whether your idea is good or not? I think you should get that first. Your ideas are there with us everywhere, with every one of us. I think we need to identify the right mentors also to understand, to handhold us, to actually get to know whether our idea is good or not. Your mentor can be anybody. Your mentor can be your brother, sister, faculty, friend. So it's also good to have friends at different ages. You can have a friend who is 10 years and you can have a friend who is 60 years old, because it really helps in many stages in validating your thoughts and ideas also. So one is mentoring, which is very important. So don't go without mentoring. And I think when it comes to incubation, what we do is we provide incubation space for all the startups, which is actually one of the good things. Earlier when we, let me tell you about myself also. I started off my stint, I'm a management graduate. I started off with banking. I worked in a bank for 4 months on the sales side. And I got bored there. I left the job one day, and then I got into IT after 3 months of search. And then I stayed with one company, worked for 1.5 years, and then shifted to another company, stayed there for another 1.5 years. And then the third company, stayed there for 2 years, and after that I got bored there also. So you see, it's very important to get bored also. You need to get bored to be an entrepreneur, right? So if you do the same activity and if you stick in one place, maybe you may not become an entrepreneur, because it's you get conditioned to that environment. and you get settled there. So you need to be very curious. As students, I think you need to be very curious. I think child's mind is very nice, because as and when we grow up, we lose that curiosity. We get used to what we see. We don't ask questions. We don't ask. We don't wander into things. We don't wander around anywhere. We get stuck to one place. I think this is one thing also which is important. And so then later I got into Indian Institute of Management. I did a course there and on strategy, and then I opened up my own firm. Luckily I was there for 9 years. I didn't get bored so soon. So after 9 years I got bored, so I gave it up to my wife, and I became a consultant to government. So I am now doing this, and so this is where I am, and this is what I do. And we provide incubation, mentoring. As I said, we have 4 incubators which Government of Karnataka manages. We have around 621 seats in our incubators across 4 incubators. One among them is focuses on biotechnology. The other 3 focus on IT, ITES and ESDM. ESDM is electronic system design manufacturing. You see your phones, your IoT devices, switches, any PCB related hardware is called as ESDM. So we almost have 90% occupancy rate over there. We are filled with almost more than 500 seats. And we keep inducting new startups. Every month we have an apex committee where startups can come. You can also come. Any student can come and apply for the incubation space. And there is a committee in which you can present, and if the committee selects your idea, you can actually get a seat. So the advantage of incubation is, when we started, we didn't know about the incubation space and all. We opened up offices, we paid rent, we had UPSs, we had ACs, we had AMCs to pay, a lot of overheads. Whereas in incubator, it is very convenient. You can just take your laptop and start working. That is all for the technical guys, what I'm telling. If you have any technical startup, you can start doing that. And the incubation is provided at a very affordable price of around 3,500 rupees per month, and it's almost like 120 rupees per day, where you can access everything. So you have meeting rooms, you have mentors, you get access to VCs, you get access to angel funding, investors. So this is the beauty of the incubation, and you also get mentored over there. You can find mentors. And I told you about the registration process. You can log on to www.startup.karnataka.gov.in. I can send a mail to Vinod or any one of you. I think they can circulate it amongst your database. We also have a New Age Incubation Network. I'll take 2 more minutes. We have New Age Incubation Network where the government funds the projects at an institutional level of around 3 lakh rupees per project, and we have around 74 working prototypes which is being generated out of this in the last 1 year, and we have 7 incorporations and 7 patents and 2 incorporations filed out of the 74 prototypes which have come out of the main institutions. We also focus on funding TBI's technology business incubators. We also have a fund called Idea to POC Grant Fund, which is actually very interesting, because this is not given as a loan, or this is not given as a grant, this is not given on an equity, it's just given as a grant. So if you have an idea, if you have documented that idea, please come and pitch to government. When the scheme is open, you can apply for this online, and if your idea is selected, it will get funded with the Idea to POC Grant Fund. And this is one of the great initiatives from the state government, because no other government has it, and even the Startup India doesn't have it. We have funded almost 51 startups recently. It's been sanctioned. 26 startups have got the checks. Apart from that, 8 more startups under tourism, tech-based startups have got the funding. So we have funds have been sanctioned for 51 startups who got selected in the last year to a tune of around almost 16 crores. So I would like to stop here and we can have an open session where we can have a Q&A. I would like you guys to ask more questions. It can be anything. Please feel free to ask questions and we are more than happy to answer. I think I'll now leave the stage to my other co-panelists. Thank you all of you.
Raghunandan, who's the ex-CEO for Taxi for Short. So I request Sri Raghunandan sir to please come on stage and address the gathering.
Hi everyone. Not a long time ago, I used to sit daily-based sitting, and my campus used to invite a lot of distinguished people to come and speak, right? And I used to sit where those guys are sitting, and I used to do the same thing as what those guys were doing when the dance program was on, right? And so that's essentially. So the challenge is I couldn't really relate to all the people who were speaking, because the people who were invited were all dignitaries and they had such a kind of a profile also. So they had to be good, otherwise they wouldn't have been invited. So I never thought that I was good, and if you ask any of my friends with me then, they also felt that I was fit for nothing guy. But so this was what, 10 years back, right? And now things are very different. I get invited to speak in, want me to talk, so they're cutting the mic and stuff like that. Great. Hello. Yeah, cool. So just to get your attention, so we started Taxi for Sure with an investment of around 8 lakh rupees, and we sold the company 3.5 years later for Great. Oh, this is good. So we started the company with an investment of 8 lakh rupees, and we sold the company for 1,250 crores. Good, no? Yeah, a little bit more attention to whatever I'm going to say now. Cool. Success probably does that. Right? Cool. So, if anyone would have asked me the question what my other panelists asked, that how many people are entrepreneurial, raise your hands, I won't raise my hand. Because I wasn't really built that way, right? So I did my MBA from Ahmedabad. Then the education loan was pretty expensive, right? And so I had to fund my own B-school education. Parents were not really that well off. So becoming an entrepreneur was not really an option, because if I become an entrepreneur, who's going to pay the loan, right? I don't know how many people here have got loans, education loans. How many people here have got loans? All of you? Almost all of you? That's good. I wasn't really that kind of student where people could give me scholarships though. So I had to pay off my education loans. Being an entrepreneur was not an option. But a lot of my classmates, a lot of my batchmates, everyone became an entrepreneur, right? And I don't know what really happened to them later. So got settled in a job, everything was fine. And I really don't know why I ended up in that job that I took it up. Because I think there was this placement week, and I used to appear to almost all the companies, be it bank. I used to go tell them that why I'm a lot more suitable for banking than anybody else. Go to a consulting company and tell them that why am I a lot more suitable to consulting than any other companies, right? Go to FMCG companies and say the same thing. Go to anything and everything, right? I used to essentially make them feel that I'm the right man for them. Right? And essentially I ended up somewhere, and I don't know why I ended up there, right? And essentially started working on that, and the challenge with us is we don't really prefer change, right? So I was stuck in the same company for 3.5 years, right? And whatever my panelists talked about, right? So I was working on social media, right? I was upskilling myself, right? I was networking a lot, and I used to do all that, right? But I wasn't really happy. So me and my friend had this idea of starting a company, and the idea of Taxi for Sure came about, and we decided that probably we should quit our jobs and then do it. Right? The challenge in India is entrepreneurship. Everyone talks about entrepreneurship, but no one really wants to be an entrepreneur, right? Many reasons. To begin with, once both me and my partner got this idea of taxi for sure, when we started, I was married, right? So I got married to my engineering batchmate, and my co-founder also was my engineering batchmate. So when we went and told my wife that we want to start something, she started laughing, right? And that's the confidence that she had in our abilities to run and build a company and run it, right? And my partner was not married, so both of us are from Bangalore. My partner was not married, and he used to work out of Hyderabad. And we were 28. We were 28 years old then. So whenever my partner used to come to Bangalore, right, over the weekend, he had to meet a lot of prospective brides for him to get married, right? And as soon as the prospective fathers-in-law figured out that he's going to become an entrepreneur, being an entrepreneur is as close to being unemployed. That's essentially how the society really looks at us, right? And so that happened, and my partner was so happy that if he had known this would happen, he would have probably become an entrepreneur a lot more sooner. So people who don't want to get married soon, parents, I had to convince my in-laws also, right? And my relatives essentially made my mom feel that I'm a taxi driver. Right, so my mom is like, so we paid so much for your education, we did all this, we had so much of hopes, and you eventually become a taxi driver. So that thing didn't really go up also till 1.5 years of the company, where my photos started appearing in the newspapers. Oh, then my mom thought, oh, you're not a taxi driver, right? And that's how it went about. But the thing is, I understand most of you also feel the same thing. Becoming an entrepreneur is high risky thing, right? How many people think that being an entrepreneur is very risky? I'm not really sure how much we learned in those 2 years, because I'm an engineer, and post my engineering I worked for 2 years, then went to do my MBA, and whatever I used to do in my 2 years of work ex, post my engineering, I never used whatever that I learned in my engineering. And B school also, post my B school, whichever job that I took up, I'm not really sure how much of my learning that I essentially started applying in my job, right? So the way we thought was, okay, we spent 2 years doing our MBA, right? Why can't we? There was not much of family obligations and things like that. So we gave ourselves 2 years, right? At the end of 2 years, if things are going fine, we'll continue. But at the end of 2 years, if things are not really going well, we'll get back to our jobs. So that was the rationale. And by this time, I had finished off my education loan as well. And apparently, most of the people say that being an entrepreneur is extremely intensive, extremely hardworking and stuff like that. And you spend almost 7 days a week at office and things like that. And we use the same thing to tell my wife that, so I'm going to be busy with my startup, right? So I'll not be having any time to spend with you. So there is no point in me staying together in the same city, right? And a startup would require investment also. So I asked my wife to move to Singapore, earn in dollars, and invest in the company, right? So here I was, I had the freedom and I had the money, her money actually. So I could do whatever I want. So probably even the grants from the government, you are answerable, but wife's money probably can do that. So one thing is, there are multiple ways to figure out how to raise investments. Maybe with the government, maybe with family, maybe with friends and stuff like that, right? So the other critical thing that comes is, we have these amazing friends of ours, right? And you go tell them that you want to start a company, and this is the idea that you have. I'm not really sure how many people will say that, oh, this is a brilliant idea, you should quit your job and do this, right? So the kind of friends that I have, or I still have now, are those guys who told me that this idea is going to go nowhere, right? Why are you wasting your time? Why don't you continue your job, right? Or this idea has potential, but I don't think so you are the right person to do this. Somebody else is the right person to do that, right? So the more such kind of questions came up, right? So we went and started trying to answer those questions, right? So we had such kind of pulling down friends. But I'm extremely grateful to those friends now, because the kind of questions those friends asked us, none of our investors asked us. Because those people asked such kind of questions, we were ready, we were prepared. We were ready before we quit our jobs, right? So if you really have such kind of friends who pull you down and stuff like that, don't lose them, keep them, they'll always come and help you guys later. That's how to really look at it. So if any of you are really looking at starting any venture and stuff like that, whatever the suggest is, give yourself those 2 years. Right? If you don't do that, that's the biggest injustice that you will do for yourself. Right? And I don't know, a lot of us take up jobs just because it came to placements in our campus, and we don't know. And just because we get placed somewhere, the campus doesn't really let us take up jobs, sit for other companies' interviews also, right? And we essentially becomes more of a lucky dip. And because it is a lucky dip, we essentially go there and struggle. And that's essentially how it really works. But becoming an entrepreneur is nothing to essentially fit into a particular role. You need to essentially, we started sweeping our office floors and sitting in board meetings, right? Anything and everything in between, right? And we didn't really think twice of what needs to be done and what shouldn't be done, right? We had to really focus on what needs to be get done, and we just went about doing that. The biggest, I think, attribute for most of the Indians are we are versatile. Right? I don't know how many people here understand the meaning of the word versatile. You put us anywhere, we'll figure out a way to essentially get out of it. Right? And that is the biggest virtue. And you don't get to do that in companies. You don't get to do that in corporates. You get to do that only in an entrepreneur. That's essentially how you've been brought up. But coming to college, if your vehicle gets punctured, but it's exam time, you will figure out a way to get to college before the exam starts, no matter what. Right? That's been versatile. Right? And you don't really get such kind of opportunities in the corporate life. Right? So there are lots of problems that India is facing. Right? You can pick any one problem and try to solve it. And the best thing is you can choose who are the people that you want to solve those problems with. That's becoming an entrepreneur. And because you are doing so many things, from sweeping the floor to building a team, motivating the team, convincing investors, selling it to customers and stuff like that, right? You will figure out a lot about yourself than what you would have figured out about yourself while studying or while working, right? So entrepreneurship is not about taking risks. Entrepreneurship is not about making money. Entrepreneurship is all about self-discovery. Entrepreneurship is a brilliant platform to know a lot more about yourself. So never miss an opportunity to do that, right? And if you essentially become an entrepreneur because you've struggled so much to really make it work, right? Because we don't really take failure at face value. We would have tried everything that's possible from our end to essentially make it a success. You would have learned so many things about yourself, about the market, and about the environment, about building a team, about hiring people, about motivating people, how people behave, how people react, about the value of relationships and stuff like that, right? Wherever you go, right, you will be more valuable, right? And if in case, that is when you fail as an entrepreneur. But if you essentially become successful, right, people talk about you on social media. You don't have to update your CV. People come and meet you. You don't have to go about networking with people, right? And that's the beauty of being an entrepreneur. Either you fail or you succeed, doesn't really matter. Both the places you win, and that's how one has to really look at entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, sharing these knowledges is great. So I think we can wind up for a Q&A session. We can keep it short as we have dignitaries here. Any questions that you have, probably you can ask. And I'm sure they're here to address us. So can some volunteer please take this mic?
Taxi for Sheep. Why you sold Taxi for Sheep after building such a great company, and what is the purpose of selling it to someone?
Okay, so that it is also good, and as long as the exit is good, it's fine. But why did we do it? We got into a huge war with Ola and Uber on prices, right? And that game is dirty, and I think all of you are privy to that information. That is a very dirty game. And given our background and given our ethos, right, our value system and stuff like that, that's not the game that we wanted to really play. It is a profitable business, right? For every ride that a customer takes, you get money, right? And because you're making money, and since you are every customer who books a taxi, they typically do multiple times in a year, right? If you are going to pay some 400, 300 rupees to acquire that customer, you can easily make much more money than that in a 1 year time. right? In that business, you really want to essentially make it into run it into an unprofitable business and then compete heavily with two other heavily funded players. That's not the place that we wanted to be in, right? So we wanted to solve a problem, right, where when there are people who want to find a commute to reach point B from point A, and that's the problem that we want to solve, and we went ahead and tried to solve that problem to a certain extent. But when the game got dirty, we didn't really want to play that game anymore.
Interestingly, one of the
I belong to Government College. My question goes to Uma ma'am. Ma'am, PCB ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಮತ್ತೆ CPU ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಯಿಂದ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನಾ? ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಅಥವಾ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ಸ್ದು PCB ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ PCB ಮತ್ತು CPU ನ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಏನಾದರೂ ಅದು ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕಲಿ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗ್ರೋ ಅಂತ.
Looking at a very, very small component of the entire unit. And that particular item, if it has to be cost effective, it has to be made in huge quantities. So sometimes we think, oh, electronics nalli enagutandre, we think, oh, one number madbidana ille madkondre nave madbodu anta, but it doesn't work out that way. The whole setup has to be huge. For example, globally, all your PCs, your computers, your laptops, PCs, printed circuit boards, or we call them motherboards, are manufactured in Taiwan. So 99% of the printed circuit boards that come in all your PCs and laptops are actually manufactured in Taiwan. So you're only talking about that 1% which is there in the rest of the globe. So when you're looking at the scale of manufacturing of that kind, the cost effectiveness of the product is much, much lower vis-a-vis what we manufacture here. So sometimes it doesn't make sense to, actually design and develop a motherboard and manufacture it. It's easier for you to get it from Taiwan. So having said that, for anybody who wants to look at printed circuit board manufacturing, there is a huge opportunity in the development area. We have a large number of R&D institutions, we have a large number of project groups who want to manufacture or develop PCBs. And that's an area that you can actually look at, setting it up. Because that requirement is always going to be there. And for that you would not go to Taiwan or Korea or China, so you would look at manufacturing. The basic infrastructure within the country doesn't permit us to have that kind of scale of manufacturing. But for the electronic industry per se, we say there is a $400 billion opportunity. But to actually tap into that opportunity, there are many, many things that will help make that business successful. Not only markets, but also basic infrastructure, cost of finance, cost of power, and all this. And to be competitive, you have to choose what you want to do. I hope I answered your question.
I'm asking.
My own company,
yes,
for a product development?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, for sure. For product development, yes, not for manufacturing. But for a CPU printed circuit board, if you already have the artwork design, you can get it manufactured in a PCB manufacturer who are different. I'm an assembler. I design and I assemble. The PCB per se has to be manufactured elsewhere. So it depends on what area that you're talking of. Probably we can take a one-on-one after this. Okay?
And I want to ask you that how long you took the time converting idea into business?
It weighted in my experience favor. So I used to be a consultant post my MBA, and because of which, when we got the idea, the biggest thing about us is we are so we don't really think too highly of ourselves. So we think that when there are so many smart people around, how can we get this idea? Right, and that's the most obvious thing. And because we're not super smart. So what we did was, we did a survey. Right, we did an online survey, which was an easy thing to do, until asking people that, okay, you find the problems in finding a cab whenever you require one, right? And we did an online survey, we shared with all our friends, and almost all of them said that they're also facing the same problem. Then we thought that probably it is skewed towards people who are B-school passouts, right? Who are consultants, who are sales guys, who are bankers, who keep traveling a lot. Then we thought, okay, fine, let's go to the airport and speak to the people who are getting into the airport and getting out of the airport. right? And we spoke to them, even there, everyone said that they also face a problem whenever they require a cab, right? Then we thought that probably it must be too skewed towards people who are frequent flyers, right? That's when we had a bunch of college kids in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai and Delhi, asked them to stand in front of malls and spoke to people. We gathered around 2,848 responses. 92% of those people told that they're facing the problem. That's when we felt that, okay, we are onto something exciting, right? And by the time when we did that mall surveys, mall research, we had essentially had a good questionnaire of around 15 questions. 10 of them were objective type and 5 of them were explanation oriented, right? And in those explanation oriented, people who essentially spent time to think and write answers to those questions, we went and met them in person. And we then showed them the demo of the solution that we had, right? When almost all the people loved our solution, that's when we realized that, okay, this is when we need to really start doing it. That's then we put in our papers, quit our jobs, right? After that, because both me and my partner were MBA students, we didn't really have an engineering person. So we took some 6 months to really figure out an engineering person. So from concept to really getting the product live, it took us anywhere around 10 to 12 months. One was the research. After the research, that's when we quit, served our notice period, and that's when we figured out an engineering guy to help us in developing the product. So it was essentially a 10 to 12 month registration period.
And one thing, sir, what is the initial investment you did?
So one is I think the ROC registration only cost you around 1 lakh rupees, right? And probably for other, that's correct. Right, so that's the minimum that you need to really do. And based on that, if you really get some engineering guys to build your product, and if they are on equity, then everyone is on equity. No one is taking any salary, so there is absolutely no cost, right? And these days there is AWS hosting solutions and stuff like that, where you don't really have to incur any capex is that way. But if you're not able to convince people to come on equity, but you need to pay some salaries, that essentially goes up. So before we raised our investments, we put together around 8 lakh rupees between both me and my partner.
Thank you, sir.
Wind up with this event, and probably if you have any questions, you can always reach out to the volunteers, and we will touch base with the leaders, and thereby we'll get you the answers for that. Yeah? So we are heading to the valedictory program, so I request all the the coordinators to please come on stage. That is Dr. Ejaz Ahmed Khan sir and Syed Yusuf sir. We also request Subhash Chandra sir to please come on stage, along with Narayan Swamy sir. Please come on stage.
Entrepreneurship Development under the banner uddyotaka 2017. I extend a warm welcome to Ms. Umareddy ma'am, Mr. B.D. Satyanarayana, Mr. Shashidhara P., Mr. Raghunandan, Dr. Ejaz Ahmed Khan sir, Professor Sachita Bopaya ma'am, Shri Narayan Swamy sir, alumni of R.C. College, Dr. K.T. Subhash Chandra sir, Dr.
And we have invited one of our higher officials as a guest for the valedictory. Since he has an emergency meeting this evening, he has asked us to hold it by seeking excuse. So there's no, we are now at the fag end of the program. This is a valedictory, okay?
Me. And you know, it happens on both sides. Quite often people think it's only the audience that learn. But very often we are sitting on the other side, and with the questions that are asked or the interactions that we have. And why am I saying this is, there's something which is very important, and that is something which we anybody, whether you take up a business or whether you take up a job, that when you connect with a person and when you place the person, you've already made that first connect. And they know who you are because you say, I met you that day at this event. And I did that just now with Mr. Raghunandan. I said, I just looked into my mobile and I said, okay, I met him somewhere. I couldn't recollect where. And then I put it in, and then I said I met him at the XLRI Schneider program. And I made that connect with him, and that, you actually remember the person again further and further. It always happens. So it happens with all my customers, it happens with my suppliers, my vendors, my contacts and my friends. And very often I keep hearing, oh, you would have made connects with a large number of people among you. You've seen somebody speak very well and you see with what confidence, so there's always a role model and you take away. So every networking opportunity is an opportunity and a takeaway. And that definitely helps anybody's business and individual growth. And I keep saying a personal growth. Per se, I myself am part of many organizations. One is the Federation of the Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And this may be something which is very interesting. We run 2 awards, actually 3 awards in the organization. One is of course the Export Excellence Award, which is given to entrepreneurs who export. But 2 other awards which may be interesting to students is, one is called the Manthan Award. This award is if you have a business plan, a concept and your business plan, you can actually apply for the Manthan Award. With your colleagues, this year's award is over. The grand finale is happening in a few weeks' time. But next time you can do. And this happens every year during the month of December to June. The whole process, which also involves some amount of training, how to prepare a business plan and all that. The second award that we conduct is called the Innovation Excellence Awards in the Chamber, and that Innovation Excellence Awards is also for already startups and entrepreneurs who are already set up their business. And if they've done any innovation and they can actually, share that innovation on a presentation, they get an award. And even that, the grand finale is happening in 2 weeks' time. And this is for all SMEs, and this is again for your future. And one more activity which I'd like to share about is the other hat which I wear is I'm also founded an organization for women in technology, profession, business and services. It's called Emerge. And we run an event called FLLN, which is Forging Links, Leveraging Networks. So you have to keep forging links, and that's exactly what I'm trying to say is you connect with people, you keep forging links, and you keep leveraging your network for your individual. Basically, networking, critical, whether you network with your faculty, your mentors, your uncles who are running an enterprise, or who are working somewhere, your teachers, your friends, your, people from the industry, people who are artists. You can network with anybody, but remember that every meeting you're taking away some learning, and that's very, very critical. And with these few words, I'd like to say, I'll actually end it with a quote which I carry with me from my college days. And that is what George Bernard Shaw said. He said, you see things as they are and ask why. Let me repeat, you see things as they are and ask why. But I, as an individual, can dream of things that never were and ask why not. And that's how people, successful people like Raghunandan, etc. came out with ideas and made it as a why not. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, madam, once again. I also request Dr. Pramod sir to please come on stage. No, I request, that's fine sir, please come on stage. It's a humble request, so I request you to please come on stage. Yeah, okay. Alright, so we have a short video to be played on the uddyotaka 2017 again. So here we go.
College of Boys and PG Center Chintamani to come on the dais and collect the certificates. Thank you. The representatives to come forward in the dais and collect the certificates. Thank you all. Student volunteers of Government R.C. College, Vijayanagara. Government R.C. College, Vijayanagara. Run fast, at least 8 to 10 participants. The second batch can join now.
Ready sir, ready sir, ready sir. Madam, ready.
Thank you all.
Sir, ready. Sir, ready. Okay. ಅವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗಿರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್ ರೆಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಒಂದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ರೆಡಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
ಸರ್ ಬಂದರು ಸರ್
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೇ ರೀ ರೆಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಓಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ರೆಡಿ ರೆಡಿ
ಹಾಗೆ ರೀ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್
ಹಾಗೆ ರೀ
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
ಓಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
Silence. Muniraju GN of Jnanabharati, Bangalore University campus. I request Uma Reddy Madam. Shantaraja DM of CWS. Shantaraja. Indumati B of Central College, Bangalore University. Indumati B, Central College, Bangalore University. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, one and all.
Good evening, distinguished guests on the dais, of the dais, dear student friends. I am K. Narayan Swami, of course, retired as a president of finance in a multinational company, now practicing as a practicing company secretary. Important thing is, I am an alumnus of R.C. College of Commerce, 1973 batch, graduated in 1973. Now, I am a guest faculty for PG students. Many of my students are, I am so happy as a mother, I feel proud. When education was extended to me, I thought that it is one of the programs of the college, but I don't know how to congratulate. Hats off to each and every one of the student members and excellent faculty. I think I would say this is the starting point. This is what we wanted to do from R.C. College, the first government commerce college in the state of Karnataka. Friends, I do not want to take much of your time except to share two important points. There were many speakers who were mentioning about the employability of the students when they become graduates. The percentage, somebody said 2%, somebody said 7% or 14%, etc. But I am telling you from the information received from Government of India. Average employability of Indian graduates, commerce, all kinds of branches, is only 2%. Please remember, only 2% average. Engineers may be getting little more, or MBAs from IIMs may be getting little more, but average is 2%. This is from the Government of India statistics. As against the best in the world, can you imagine? 96% from South Korea. 96%, not even Japan, I can tell you. They are overtaken. South Koreans are overtaken by Japanese. You will find number of products, whether it is a car or mobile phone and whatnot. South Korea, 96% is the employability. If we achieve from 2% to 10%, we will become global leaders. Number one. Number two, when talking about the education system in India, which I do refer to Mr. Raghunandan, who is from IIM Ahmedabad. This is a story, I don't know how far it is true. An IIM graduate, MBA graduate, marketing. Because IIM Ahmedabad is known for marketing. They are number one in marketing. The best of the product, rank holder from IIM Ahmedabad was appointed as the chief of marketing in one of the big multinational company. And he has been assigned, this is basically a dairy, milk dairy company, and he has been assigned the job how to increase the milk production of that company, and he has been sent to Gujarat. He went and with the help of his people, he had surveyed and finally submitted a project report to the management telling that there are, I'm just giving some rough figure, 10,000 livestock in Gujarat and average 10 liters per cow multiplied by so much you will get. You know what is the interesting thing? He has forgotten livestock includes ox also. He has taken entire livestock as milk producing cows, which is not true. It may be a story, but the fact is that what we learn in the college is only limited. The skill sets which other member from IBM, he explained about various skill sets, and most important thing is, of course, attitude. With this permission, I want to add the word attitude, which is going to make all the difference. All the difference is attitude. End of the day, it is not just knowledge or skill, but attitude. Friends, thank you for the opportunity given to me by the management committee, and I wish you all the best. And let me tell you, as practicing company secretary, and also I am the vice president of the Alumni Association. Mr. R.B. Venkatesh, ex-MLC, is the president. I am the vice president. As company secretary, let me tell you, my contact details are available in the college. You can come to me for a free consultation if you are interested to have any idea of startups after you are becoming the PG. All the better.
To address the gathering and express his opinion.
Yes, and my beloved students, I hope all of you have enjoyed this particular event. Have you really enjoyed? Actually, this program or an event is not like any other program to entertain you or just as a seminar or any other program. Of course, we are in the far end of this particular event, that is today's event, but this is not the end. This is only a beginning. That's a very important thing you must bear in your mind. I hope that all of you have received this file, okay? All of you have received? The very important in this is that our student has prepared a a model, a pro forma in which you have to submit your business plan. And from today itself, you please think, many times you think, and be creative. If you start thinking differently, different things will going to happen. You can create something new. And that's the reason you have to change your attitude. If you change your attitude, definitely it will bring about the changes in your aptitude. If you change your aptitude, you can reach to the highest altitude. That's possible. So great things actually happens in the creativity and creating a new idea. Today, Infosys has given a job for around 140,000 employees. How it was happened? Actually, Narayan Swamy and others, 4 individuals, they are sitting in the Mumbai, 2,500 each, and actually invested only 10,000 rupees. Today it has become multi-billion-dollar company, giving the job opportunity for about 140,000 employees. Is it not a great thing? Are you not interested to be the one? Not interested? What do you want to be? You want to be a just employee, a servant in the other organization, serving others, or you want to be your own boss? If you want to be your own boss, be creative, develop the business plan and submit that same to our college students. The next, very important, this particular event is not a one-time event. Every year, our R.C. College is going to organize the same event in the month of August. In the month of August, we are going to evaluate your business proposals, and if your business proposals are technically, socially, and financially viable, that project will be selected, and that project will be protected, and that project will be financed by the financial institutions and the bank. For all that, we are going to make an arrangement for you, so that you can become self-employed, and also you can give the employment to the others. So in this occasion, I would like to mention the great achievers in the field of entrepreneurship. You have to memorize the great entrepreneur, Dhirubhai Ambani. He was a boy working for the petrol pump. He started his business just by 500 rupees. In his own lifetime, he has achieved his company's worth about 75 lakh crore. And once it was declared, his sons, Mukesh Ambani, was the richest of India, the richest in the world. So that is possible. For the entrepreneur, sky is the limit. Whereas for the employee, his family is the limit. I mean to say that whatever you earn, it will be just enough for hand to mouth, so that you cannot reach the sky. If you are really interested to reach the sky, if you are really interested to help others, try to be entrepreneurs. That is what I would like to tell you in this occasion. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
To accept a token of love, another 5 minutes, the valedictory is coming to an end. Please, President Sachita Bopaya ma'am to give a presidential address.
One and all who have gathered here, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear participant students. Because of the busy schedule, principal could not come here, and on behalf of the principal, it is my duty to observe the presidential remarks. Uddyotaka, a seminar on entrepreneurship development, has been organized by Government R.C. College of Commerce and Management successfully today, which was the idea given by the final year MBA students. One big round of applause to the students, because it is the first of its kind organized by the college. And from morning, all of you have been continuously listening to the resource persons who have shared their expertise, wisdom, experience, and their valuable time with all of us. Today you have to be globally competitive, and we would like our students to develop this competitive ability and thereby make their future bright. We cannot study everything of everything. We cannot study everything of something, but we can definitely study something of something. And I hope today you have acquired whatever little knowledge will definitely help you to make your future bright, and that will go a long way in all your future endeavors. All these have been made possible with your active participation, and that would definitely encourage us. We, the RC family, will be able to organize many more events like this. And thank you for accepting our invitation. I once again take this opportunity to thank the dignitaries and all the participant students, and I conclude by saying, alone we can do little, but together we can do more. Congratulations to all of you. Have a nice day.
So guys, just want to hear, how was the event today? Okay, it's a mixed reaction. So thank you so much guys. On this note, I would hand over to Marcia for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Gopi. I take this opportunity to thank all the individuals who have contributed immensely towards making this event a grand success. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Ejaz Ahmad Khan sir. Thank you, sir. Speakers of the day. First of all, I would like to thank Uma Reddy madam. Thank you, ma'am. And I would like to thank Satyanarayana sir for joining us. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Shashikar P sir for joining us. And I would also like to thank Mr. Raghunandan sir for joining us. And Dr. K.T. Subhash Chandra for being a great support. Thank you, sir. Syed Yusuf sir, thank you, sir. Dr. Pramod Gonskar sir, thank you so much, sir. Professor Sachita Bopaya ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am. And Narayan Swami sir, who shared his view and always been a great inspiration for us. Thank you, sir. Professor Lakshman Kulgod sir, thank you, sir. Dr. D.V. Sudha madam, Professor Rukmini, Professor Srilakshmi ma'am, Professor Vasiha ma'am. I thank all my teaching and non-teaching faculties of R.C. College, and my dear participants, I thank you for very patient listening. I thank everybody for coming all the way for the by accepting our invitation. Thank you so much. I would expect the same crowd in our executor event also. Thank you so much for being with us. And last but not the least, core committee organizing members, Akshay, Shrikant, Vinod, dear friends, it's such a big list. Just to stay patient for 5 more minutes. Akshay, Shrikant, Vinod, Gopinath, Srinivas, Vijay Kumar, Rashmi, Srinath Reddy, Deepika, Dhanlakshmi, Lakshman Gowda, Basuraj, Yara Baba, Arbaz Khan, Vinay, Mahesh, Arjuna, Sharan Baswa, Ajay Kumar, Mamta, Prakash, Chetan Shankar, Raghavendra, Chetana, Dhananjay, Meghana, Suma, Shambhu Reddy, Lekha. Thank you so much for making this event a grand success, friends. If I missed out any names, please apologize to me. Also, Marcia Banu. It's me. Thank you, Mamta. I I request everybody to stand up for a national anthem.